People still coming in? Hi, Chris. Okay, is everybody okay if I start now? Good, all right. Hi, everyone, good morning, and welcome to the second day of the 8th Annual Conference on Genocide and Human Rights Research in Africa and the Diaspora. Welcome. Just quickly, I would like to again thank our presenters from yesterday. It was an amazing and excellent day. We explored topics such as the current Russia-Ukraine conflict, genocide tools in Rwanda, Namibia, talked about barbarian logic, genocide in Cameroon, and was mesmerized by the genius lecture given by Dr. Mdani as he dazzled us with his absolute brilliance on a myriad of subjects concerning genocide, such as nation states, racial colonization and domination, settlers and immigrants, critiques of the Human Rights Project, apartheid, justice, survivors, perpetuators, and beneficiaries of genocide, just to name a few. And on behalf of this wonderful team, we thank you and appreciate you. And when I think about our wonderful team, and hopefully I don't miss anybody, Dr. Intergeza, Dr. Ibrahima, Dr. Ize, Dr. Malkalpin, Dr. Muhasen, Dr. Okasan, Dr. Tofolo, Dr. Udo, Dr. Billwatcher, Dr. Frankowski, Magai Bull, and a special thanks to Sama and Perla, because actually without you, this wouldn't happen. And also a shout out to Seda. So let's begin our conference if everybody's ready. And our first speaker will start us out is Berhanu Bitu. Bito, you just told me to, And I'm sorry, I'm having some, here we go, sorry. I'm sorry about that. And a little background, Berhanu, how do I do this? Berhanu Bito.
Just say Berhanu. My first
okay, there we go. Berhanu has been teaching political science courses in the Department of Political Science at Debris Marcos University. His research interest is on indigenous knowledge, Ethiopian politics, and interethnic relations. He has published articles in different journals, including Interethnic Relations Among Amara and Kinmont, Ethnic Groups in Northwestern Ethiopia, in the International Journal of Political Science and Development, Matrimony of Discordant, Development Stage and Ethnic Federalism in Ethiopia, 2001 to 2018, in the Bandung Journal of the Global South, Inquiring the Political Strategy of Tigray People's Liberation Front in the post-2018 Ethiopia, in the African Review and Indigenous Governance Systems and Democracy in Ethiopia, Yejoka Kija System of the Kuraj People in the International Indigenous Policy Journal. It is my pleasure to welcome Berhanu to our space. Thank you.
Okay, can I start? Can I start the presentation? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for creating this kind of platform. But before proceeding to the presentation, I must say one thing. My English is not good. So I hope that you will tolerate me. Now let me share you the PowerPoint. Okay, my presentation title is Modernity, Colonial Narratives and Genocide in Colonized Society. Italy's historical narratives and the Amhara people of Ethiopia. Here is the outlines of the presentation. Let me directly proceed to the introduction. Ethiopia is an ancient African polity that was ruled by a monarchy until 1974. Ruling the country until 1974, the monarchical system has been subject to different interpretations. For some, that system provides a sense of continuity and stability to the country, while for others, the system was a hierarchical system that was established by the Amhara through colonially subjugating other ethnic groups. The latter belief was originated by the Italians in order to undermine collective resistance among Ethiopians when the Italians attempted to colonize Ethiopia. And these historical narratives were uncritically accepted by Ethiopian ethnic elites of the 1960s due to the advance of the philosophy of Marxism, Leninism in the country's political atmosphere. This group of elites made their political activism and political mobilization based on the enmity of Amhara to other ethnic groups. And these forms of historical narratives shaped the attitudes of other ethnic groups toward the Amhara, and this inflicted genocidal violence against the Amhara people of Ethiopia. For the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, genocide is an international crime. So genocide is an international crime. The Amhara genocide does not gain the attention of the global society because of two reasons. The first one, the Amhara's genocide is committed in a very systematic and silent way, while little effort has been done to expose it to the world. And this presentation is part of exposing the onslaught that was directed against the Amhara the global society. Therefore, the main objectives of this study is to examine how the narratives championed by Italy and its uncritical acceptance by the fan of Marxism instigated the Amhara genocide. Methods and materials, I consulted both primary and secondary data sources. And
Rahanu, I'm so sorry. Can you speak a little louder?
Okay, I can try.
A little louder or turn the volume up a little.
Okay.
I'm just monitoring the chat.
Okay, I'm technically mature. Okay, so the tragedy of Western modernity. Also, Ethiopian culture, although Ethiopia has long history of state formation, its culture and civilization has been generally crippled by Eurocentric consumption of modernity. According to Russell, Eurocentric conception of modernity envisages that European culture and civilization has been the most developed and superior, while other cultures and civilizations are backward and primitive. So, for proponents of Western modernity, those backward and primitive culture needs to be abandoned, while it needs to be replaced by the advanced culture of the West. But this assumption is strongly challenged by many powerful scholars from non-Western world. They suggested for the development of distinctive ways of interpreting modernity. For them, for instance, Chatterjee claims that true modernity consists in determining the particular form of modernity that are suitable in particular circumstances. Did you hear me? Okay. Despite the fact that modernity have particularized nature, Western educated Ethiopians of the 19th and the 20th century were obsessed with Western modernity. They claim that Ethiopian institutions and values are impediment to progress. The leading among the Western educated Ethiopians were Gebretti. He said, or he argued for the complete absorption of Western values to achieve socio-economic and political progress in Ethiopia. But this argument has been challenged by organic intellectuals. By organic intellectuals, I mean that those intellectuals who grew out of Ethiopian education system. And they claim that imitating Western values and culture is by Ethiopia. Therefore, they suggest for the integrations of some of the important values with that of the indigenous knowledge system. Kabare Mikhail, for instance, questions the worth of civilization, which is mainly material and gained at the cost of losing socio-cultural values. A society cannot properly construct its future without consulting its history and tradition. For many scholars, or as many scholars argue, that Ethiopia had codified rules, powerful civilizations, and Ethiopians have sophisticated indigenous conflict resolution mechanisms that can support the country's effort to build a genuine political system. But Ethiopians denigrate their culture and civilization, claiming that Western values are more modern. And this cultural dislocation has been resulted from two reasons. The first one is the production of Western education. Western education is one means of diffusing Western values to non-Western societies. And the second one is the presence of Western missionaries. At the beginning of the 20th century, Western missionaries has been the most welcomed and respected people among the ruling class in Ethiopia. But missionaries desired to convince Ethiopian imperials to accept the civilizing missions of Western Europe. And this civilizing mission rested upon the twin assumptions of Western modernity. These are the superiority of Western culture and the primitive of non-Western cultures. These irrational minds of Western modernity were invented to justify the colonization of non-Western societies by Western powers or colonial powers. Evelyn Waugh, an English, a British novelist, for instance, writes that Abyssinia could not claim recognition on equal terms by the civilized nations and at the same time maintain her barbarous isolation. She must put her natural resources at the disposal of the world. Since she was obviously unable to develop them herself, it must be done for her to their mutual benefit by a more advanced power. Saying this, Waugh justifies the colonization of Ethiopia by the Italians, but this was strongly opposed by the combined forces of Ethiopians. And the Italians used very violent means to colonize Ethiopia, like physical destruction and the erosion of social bonding. The erosion of social bonding that was made by the Italians have created an everlasting impact on the socio-political and cultural dynamics of the country. Therefore, according to Elizabeth, a critical analysis of the contemporary plight of Ethiopia should incorporate the legacy of colonialism and the impact that it had on the political thought, collective memory, the collective identity, and historical memory. The other issue is the legacy of colonialism. In their attempts to colonize Ethiopia, the Italians challenged the nationalism of Ethiopianet, claiming that Ethiopia is an empire state formed by the Amhara through colonialism. They promoted the notion of ethnic separatism like Greater Tigray, Greater Somali. They tries to dismantle national symbols and they denigrate national heroes, saying that they are perpetrators of genocide and they are colonizer. This kind of historical narratives were fabricated by the Italian colonial agents. Among The colonial agents were Baron Roman Projaska, who arrived in Ethiopia in the late 1920s. So he wrote a book entitled Abyssinia, the barrel powder after a year of expulsion by the order of government because of his racist behavior. In this book, he writes that in the greater part of the territory of the so-called Ethiopian Empire, Abyssinians are just as much foreign as are the Italians. The empire of the Nugus had been built upon by conquest and forceful annexation. Emperor Minilik established his rule over peoples and tribes differing entirely from each other in race, religion, and history. The Italians thus had as much right to the rulership of Ethiopia as the Abyssinians. This Baron Roman's Projaska associating the nation-building project of the country with that of colonialism, and this is the deliberate ignorance of nation-building process followed elsewhere in the world. Nation-building first started in the center by few leaders, and it spread outward to include the mass, the minority, religious, ethnic, and social groups. Likewise, Ethiopian imperialists envisioned to create a unified Ethiopia by incorporating different tribal groups into the center. Minilik's territorial expansion is the best example in this regard, though that expansion was subject to different interpretation. For some, the Minilik's territorial expansion has a colonial nature, while for others, the colonial expansion is to be seen from the perspective of an internal dynamic, socio-political and historical dynamic. One undeniable fact is that Minilik's territorial expansion involves the diffusion of Amharic and the Amhara culture. And it is this aspect of the nation-building process that was exploited by Italy for colonial purpose. The Italians tries to convince non-Amhara population that they are here in Ethiopia to liberate them from Amhara colonialism and to bring certain elements of civilization to Ethiopia. Though they failed to mobilize the whole non-Amhara population, they accessed a few bandas, the name that is given by Ethiopians to those who betrayed their country in support of Italy. Afur Ghebreyesus, an Ethiopian writer, was among them. Though he was an admirer of the ancient history of the country, he was frustrated by Ethiopia's backwardness. So he tries to create a kind of political alliance with Italy to import certain elements of Western modernity to Ethiopia. But he fell short of understanding the fact that Italy's intention was nothing more than avenging Ethiopia by establishing colonial administration. Mussolini, for instance, they say that we have been patient with Ethiopia for 40 years. Now our patience is exhausted. This implies that the intention of the Italians was to colonize Ethiopia rather than importing certain elements of Western modernity to Ethiopia. Despite this is a fact, Ethiopian ethnic elites of the 1960s critically accepted the narratives that was championed by the Italians. This group of elites viewed Ethiopia as a mere collection of disparate ethnic groups brought together by Amhara colonialism. And some of the scholars say that imitating their white masters, Minilik and his followers saw themselves as white gods, were sent to civilize Oromo and other indigenous Africans via slavery and colonialism. This negatively shaped the attitude of other ethnic groups towards the Amhara and caused for the emergence of ethno-nationalist parties. Among the leading ethno-nationalist parties are Tigrayan People Liberation Front and Oromo Liberation Front. That was established to create an independent republic of their own fellow ethnic groups. And since their establishment up to the present time, they inflicted genocidal violence against the Amhara ethnic group. The last issue is the genocidal massacre. Though many attributed that the beginning of Amhara genocide is to the post-1991 political system, argued that the Amhara genocide was begun during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia. For the Italians, Amhara culture was the unifying force of Ethiopia that caused for their defeat at Adwa in 1896. Therefore, they decided to eliminate the Amhara through killing and mobilizing other ethnic groups against them. And they find local chiefs as a collaborator. And among the leading local chiefs were Agbajobi, who were the local chiefs in Jimma, and he proclaimed that those who can kill the Amhara and bring chopped heads will be awarded 30 Ethiopian as per the chopped head of Amhara. Due to this proclamation, many Amhara, including men and women, were killed and beheaded. Dr. Lapiso estimated that about 600,000 to 800,000 Amharas were killed and displaced during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia, so it is difficult to find accurate statistical data. In addition to using local chiefs as collaborators, the Italians massacred the Amhara using different incidents as pretext, and the leading among them is the attempt on Graziani's life on 19 February 1935. Following this incident, Guido Cortesi and the Italian Secretary of Colonialism at Addis Ababa ordered that comrades, today is the day when we should show our devotion to our victory by reacting and destroying the Ethiopians for 3 days. For 3 days, I gave you carte blanche to destroy, to do whatever you want to Ethiopians. The primary target of the onslaught, according to Campbell, were the Amhara. Following the incident, Graziani was obsessed with his plan to eliminate all educated Amharas and to terrorize the population into utter submission. The most important thing here is that does the annihilation of the Amhara constitute an act of genocide during the Italian occupation of Ethiopia? For the genocide to be proved according to the Genocide Convention and to the Roman Statute, it must demonstrate that the perpetrators had the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. So the Italians primarily targeted the Amhara. They tried to kill and displace the Amhara from different parts of the country. They prohibit members of Amhara to have employment opportunity, and they try to contain the spread of Amharic and Amhara culture. For instance, Professor Albert Sabaki writes that Amhara was displaced as the local language, and Arabic, Oromiya, and Kenya were taught in school. Then, after 1991, the PRDF of the Ethiopian People Revolutionary Democracy Front seized political power, and learning the gospel of ethnic division from the Italians, it restructured the country along parochial ethnic lines. And it continued the Italians' policy of exterminating the Amhara. And here are some of the data documented by several human rights institutions that shows the laws the Amhara people incurred from 1991 up to the present time. But this data does not show the exact number. It is just to show some example. During the 2007 national population census, the Amhara people showed 2.5 million, and this was confirmed by the Commissioner of the National Population and Housing Census. The reason for this is that there has been recurrent extermination against the Amhara, and the PRDF regime prohibit appropriate medical treatment for the Amhara when they were suffered with epidemics like malaria. In addition, the perpetrators have denied the heinous crimes they committed. According to Professor Gregory Stanton, the perpetrators of genocide denied that they committed any crime and often blame what happened on the victims. The PRDF regime never brought the perpetrators to justice, and it did cover the crimes of the criminals. For instance, in one incident, in Gurafarda incident, within a week, about 70,000 Amhara were killed and displaced. In that incident, when the late Prime Minister of the country were asked by one member of the House of People Representatives, he replied that they were the Amhara settlers accused of destroying forests. In addition to the Prime Minister, local officials in different parts of the country dehumanized the Amhara saying that you are newcomer, you are gun holder, you are chauvinist, you are ruthless tree, you will come out when we need to do so. And the Oromo Liberation Front dehumanize the Amhara when it tries to kill and displace the Amhara, Martin Amiti, which refers to subhuman. That the LF used as a pretext to kill and displace the Amhara in different parts of the Oromia region. Now, let me conclude. Although Ethiopia defeated Italy in the battlefield, it has been defeated by the narratives championed by the Italians. The Italians divided Ethiopians along the dichotomy of oppressor relationship. And this dichotomy were intensified by ethnic elites of the 1960s due to the advance of the philosophy of Marxism and Leninism in the country. They simplistically categorized Amhara as oppressor and other ethnic groups as oppressed. And those ethnic elites, by forming ethnic liberation fronts, inflicted genocidal violence against the Amhara. Those Amhara people suffered with genocidal violence from 1935 up to the present time. There is no organized data and powerful academic contributions that show the exact laws that the Amhara people incurred. Therefore, it requires in-depth investigation by scholars and international observers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bito.
I'm not doctor.
Okay.
I'm not doctor.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It was quite compelling. So right now I want to open up the floor to see, and by the way, I got a text. I'm Sharon Bethia. I am a member of the GRAD team, of this wonderful team, professor in counselor education, coordinator of African-American studies. And thank you. So yes, I'd like to open up the floor for questions for this very interesting and compelling presentation that we just got. Do you have any questions? So yes, I see Christopher raised his hand. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your presentation, Ranu. I just was really quite interested and had recently tried to incorporate in one of my courses that looks at the history of war and genocide in Africa, some information and cases from Ethiopia. And I wondered if you might be able to just, this might be you going back and clarifying, but if you could just kind of summarize for us what you see as the trajectory between Italian colonial violence and the contemporary violence that's being experienced, what the link between the two are, if there are any, if you could maybe just summarize that for us again, if that's okay.
Okay. My argument is that the contemporary or the present genocide that is directed against the Amhara is the result of the historical narratives invented by the Italians. That is my argument. In 1960s, when the political system is radicalized because of the advent of the philosophy of Leninism in the country, ethnic elites borrowed the narratives that was invented by the Italians. It is the Italians that first invented a kind of unhealthy ethnic relationship among Ethiopians. They categorized Amhara as oppressor, while others as oppressed to undermine collective resistance in Ethiopia. Primarily, I must say one thing about the Battle of Adwa, which we celebrate before today's, I think, March 1. So in 1896, Italy was defeated by the combined force of Ethiopians. So after 40 years, they came in Ethiopia to recolonize Ethiopia, with the intention to revenge this state. But one thing they know is that they cannot defeat the Ethiopians without creating parochial ethnic division. It is because of this assumption that they plan to divide the Ethiopians along the dichotomy of the oppressed and oppressor relationship. And this argument, this historical narrative, as I said before, is borrowed by ethnic elites of the 1960s. And those ethnic elites established ethno-nationalist parties beginning to the 1970s. And currently they are in power. Those ethnic liberation fronts that was established in the late 1970s, or sorry, in the early 1970s, are currently in power. They cite political power and they perpetrate genocidal violence in different parts of the country, particularly after the post-2018, or when there occurred a political transition in the country. The Amhara people suffered systematic extermination in different parts of the country. So it is the narrative that connects the Italians' occupation of Ethiopia to the contemporary time. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I'm searching the.
Ibrahima raised her hand. Ibrahima.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ibrahima, your hand is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Brahanu. This is a very informative presentation, really. And I see that you're using your Ethiopian voice. Very calm. So use your teacher's voice so that everybody can hear you. Jokes aside, though, I know you're a teacher. That's why I use this. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I really like the fact that how you related this Italians narrative with the elitist group and how that narrative really continued going by Ethiopians themselves who are educated abroad, who really wanted to replicate the colonial powers or whatever Western equates for them to be modern, and bring that up here and continue that. And my quick question is that, I know that there is a lot of killings and happening all over, right? And I honestly don't think it's only the Amhara people that are suffering from this kind of mass killings and genocide. And I was wondering, how do you relate that? Where do we put people who suffer? Where do we put people who suffer from the killings and the genocide, but who are not Amharas as well, right? Because these killings happen everywhere. And you don't really have to respond to it. I know that it's a very larger question and it's way out of your current topic, but I just want to hear what you think about it.
Okay. It is a great question. And it is a very contentious issue in Ethiopia also. We are here debating even who is Amhara. It is contestable. The term Amhara, who is Amhara? For some, all speakers of Amharic language is Amhara. For others, it is a kind of cultural identity, something like that. And as you said, several ethnic groups are suffered from mass displacement in different parts of the country.
I'm so sorry for interrupting, but really, if you can speak louder, this is such an important question, and we love what you're saying, and very, very powerful information. So if you can speak a little louder,
Okay.
that'd be really nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will try. So, let me continue. So, every ethnic group, including the Amhara, are suffered from systematic extermination, systematic killing in different parts of the country due to the problem that is occurred by the politicization of ethnicity in the country since 1991. And I have no problem with this. But my contention regarding to the Amhara is that the Amhara people are systematically targeted, and there is a policy that is enacted by different ethnic liberation fronts that the Amhara people is their enemy. Let me tell you one document which is written by Tigray People Liberation Front. The front that seized power in 1991 and it ruled the country for 27 years. And now this group is a rebel group in northern Ethiopia, and which is categorized as a terrorist group by the federal government. So it is politically still contentious. So the document of TPLF says that the goal of the Tigray people's struggle is anti-Amhara national oppression. It is word by word. It is word by word. The goal of the Tigray people's struggle is anti-Amhara national oppression. So for them, the Amhara people is their historical enemy, and the aim of the struggle is to establish an independent Republic of Tigray. The manifesto that was written by TPLF in 1976. And as I said before, this party ruled the country for 27 years. So immediately after coming to power, this Liberation Front enacted a policy which is against Amhara. Even this front marginalized the Amhara from the exercising important government positions. It killed by cooperating with other ethnic groups into different parts of the country. So I don't want to deny that other ethnic groups are not suffered with killing and displacement, but the Amhara's displacement, the Amhara people's displacement and killing is unique because it is targeted as the enemy of other ethnic groups, but other ethnic groups are not targeted as an enemy for me. And it is really practiced or implemented in the political atmosphere of the country. But right now, as you said, Dr. Ibrahima, every ethnic groups like the Tigrayans, the Afar, particularly in the northern parts of Ethiopia, they are living a terrible situation. But that terrible situation is not equated with that of the situation that the Amhara people live. Because the Amhara people from the Italian occupation of Ethiopia up to now is systematically targeted as the enemy of all ethnic groups in the country. It is this that makes the situation of Amhara unique from other. But as I said before, the problem is the problem of the politicizing ethnicities affecting the lives of every ethnic group in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Berhanu. That was an amazing and very informative presentation. Thank you so much. I just want to read one comment right quick. It says, there are many untold stories of various genocides across the globe which happened in the past. But what makes irritating is still happening in countries like Ethiopia. The government assumes a simple conflict and gives deaf ear for the massacre of innocent civilians. People of Amhara in Oromia are good examples of this. Thank you again. And is it possible for you to send your PowerPoints, if you don't mind, to our center? That would be great, so we can share that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
But sorry for my English.
That's okay. That's okay. You did amazing. You did amazing. You did amazing. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, that tells me that you speak 5 languages, so I don't.
Yeah. That was amazing. Thank you. Okay, for our next speaker, we have Anne Kubai.
Yes.
Thank you. Kubai. Okay, wonderful to have you here. Anne Kubai is Associate Professor of World Christianity and Interreligious Studies. Currently, she is a researcher at the School of Historical and Contemporary Studies at Södertörn University, Sweden. Kubai is also an affiliated research fellow at Stellenbosch University, South Africa. Her research interests include genocide, mass violence, religion, peace building, conflict, gender-based violence, transitional justice, international migration, and human trafficking, human security, and psychosocial studies. Kubai worked with different universities and organizations in Kenya and Rwanda for many years. She worked as research director for the Life and Peace Institute, an international ecumenical center for peace research and action in Uppsala, Sweden. Kubai also worked as senior social scientist at the Division of Global Health, Department of Public Health Sciences at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. Kubai has published numerous peer-reviewed journal articles, contributions to anthologies, co-edited anthologies, and research reports, and produced 2 documentaries. It is with great pleasure to welcome you to our space.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. I have been very nervous because I was not able to get on in good time until finally I succeeded. And I don't know why, but I always get nervous because I don't trust the technology. Anyway, I should say that I'm very grateful that I was given this opportunity to be among these distinguished scholars who are speaking about genocide, because genocide is one of my favorite subjects, having lived and worked in Rwanda for many years as an expatriate. And I should also remind us that this, for me, particularly this presentation is very timely because we will very soon, in a month's time, be engrossed in the Rwanda Commemoration, which is a very emotive period. And those who are familiar with that, they know it's a time of tears and blood for a whole month beginning on the 7th of April. So for me, this is really very close to home. And I should apologize from the beginning. I'm doing something that I only do on very rare occasions. I do PowerPoints, but I'm also a storyteller. So when I want to tell a story, I do not do a PowerPoint because I want to retell a story or tell my own story. In this case, I want to retell a story, and that's why I chose this particular interview, which I recorded in 2003 from this woman survivor, and it's 4,770 words, but I'll read a third of that for you because I really want you to hear her voice and her words. And the reason for this is because I took literally the title of the conference, that agency, ethics, and everyday heroes, strategies for prevention of genocide. So I thought, and of course, human rights abuses in Africa and the diaspora. So I thought I will just focus on courage, moral courage. And the reason being that I am now in the process of writing a book on my reflections, my own reflections on Rwanda since I went there in the year 2000 and up to now. And that I have observed how Rwanda has tried to reimagine itself. And so in this reflection, I see a lot of change, I see a lot of people, but still I keep the memory of what happened. It is very alive with me all the time. And for that reason, then I will read you a long section of this particular interview, which is very special for me because I want to show you or to illustrate moral courage of 4 people, because we are trying to think how can we encourage the prevention of genocide. We now need to look into the psyche of the people, I think, because, you know, in Rwanda, genocide was perpetrated en masse. And for that reason, I believe we should be going back down to the grassroots, to the people, to see how we can address the issue. Because we said never again, but that claim, that call never again fell on deaf ears. As you all know, that genocide is going on everywhere around us, including Ukraine. Anyway, so I tend to talk a lot, but simply I will just say that I'll read rather than present PowerPoints, and I am apologizing again because I will take you back to the painful memory of Rwanda genocide through this interview. I'll very quickly say something about this ancient virtue of moral courage or courage, to show how three persons, a pastor, his bodyguard, his wife, and the unexpected person, a herds boy, how they saved people, and in very, very dire circumstances. So to me, they had moral courage, or they demonstrate moral courage. And moral courage has been variously defined, but I will not try to define it here. What I'll do is read what I think can tell us something about it. And I quote Oswald and Kate Mayer, who write that, in contrast, in the immediate moral courage situation, and often afterwards, a helper cannot expect positive outcomes, but rather negative social consequences, like being insulted, excluded, or even prosecuted by one or more perpetrators. Moral courage situations are dangerous both for the victim and the helper. This distinction, I think, is particularly relevant because many of those who hate the Tutsi or protected them during the genocide in Rwanda often did so at a great personal risk, as I will illustrate shortly. Also, research has shown that when prosocial norms are salient in people's minds, they are more likely to show moral courage despite possible negative consequences, citing Oswald and Gatemeyer again. Some research also suggests that anger is an integral component of moral courage. That is something that we would have discussed if we had the time, but I think we will not. When a person acts moral courageously, he or she is in most cases angry at a perpetrator, or he or she is upset because of injustice or violations of human rights, etc. Further empirical studies, Gatemeyer and others, point to a close relationship of anger and moral courage. Moral courage situations are associated with anger at what is happening. Thus, anger strengthens the intention to show moral courage. It has been established then that anger, besides, of course, the awareness of the situation and the responsibility takeover, mediated the effect of salient prosocial norms on morally courageous behavior. But what kind of anger promotes courage or moral courage to do good? Those who show moral courage in extreme situations, such as genocide situations, stand up to perpetrators who violate ethical norms and destroy human life. They stand up for greater good and without considering their own risks or costs, as I will show shortly. Therefore, the conclusion reached by Oswald and others is that the anger related to moral courage is about moral outrage. So I'll read from my long interview, and fortunately, this lady spoke to me in English because if I had got it in Kinyarwanda, I would have had to translate. So they are her own words, unmediated. It's very long, but I'll give you just parts of it. And then later on, I'll make a final comment. I hope that is acceptable. I remember on Monday morning, people were running away. They had not understood well what was happening. Even Hutus were running away. I searched for the telephone number of the Belgian embassy and asked for help to be allowed to hide there. The man I spoke to asked my name and who I am. I knew there were many Hutus there, so it was hopeless to lie that I am a Hutu because they would know. So I decided to tell him the truth. Perhaps thinking the truth will set you free, I don't know. Anyway, I told him that I'm a Tutsi. He said in French, "Désolé, we are not allowed to take people like you." So I want to start with that point. Remember that. We jump along section. After 2 weeks, rumors started spreading where we were. So it became very dangerous for us. I thought that since no one knew my children, it would be safer for them to be left behind. Also, I was hoping that they, if I went alone and happened to be killed, they might survive. I went to hide somewhere else in a home of Hutu family friends of my parents. Again, they came to this place and killed everyone that they knew to be Tutsi. They would seal all the doors and windows and burn down the house while whole families were inside. I decided not to sleep inside the house anymore. Luckily, there was a Hutu domestic worker, mark this. There was a Hutu domestic worker who was very kind and helped by relaying crucial information to us. Now you see somebody who is a house help. He's a worker, domestic worker. He is relaying this life-saving information so that they can live to see the next day. In this place, there was a Seventh-day Adventist pastor who was a close friend of my parents. There were many other people hiding at the pastor's house. Among them, there was a small boy whose family had been wiped out. The pastor advised him to look after the cows because that way people would think that he was just a hunts boy. Mark that, hunts boy. This boy turned out to be a great source of help because he would gather vital information and communicate it to us. For instance, one day all Tutsi in the pastor's house had to leave at 2 in the night because it had become known that they were there. So when they left, when they came to search, they did not find anyone there. I was taken to the pastor's rural house where I hid for a long time with one of his daughters. Okay, we go to the next section. They had started to examine the palms to determine whether or not one was a Tutsi. Now the RPF was approaching. So the pastor dug pits in the house for us to hide in. When it became extremely dangerous, I began to sleep in the pastor's bed, sandwiched between the wall and the pastor's wife. Then I started sleeping in a pit outside in the cow shed. Sometimes I could feel the cows' hooves as they walked over the dry banana leaves under which I lay. Then one day they came. Many people came, surrounded the pastor's house, singing and making much noise. Unfortunately, that day I had thought it was safe and returned to sleep in the house. So the pastor hid me in a small space between the mattress and the bed. That's the title of my presentation. So the pastor hid me in a small space between the mattress and the bed. His wife placed her clothes over me and slept on top of me. I was paralyzed with fear, and I thought they could hear my heart beat because it was beating like a drum. They came into the pastor's bedroom and searched under the very bed where the three of us were sleeping. They asked the pastor, Arihe, where is she? The Tutsi woman. Leading the crowd was the pastor's nephew, mark that. And the pastor asked him this, even you, my son, you come to my house to search for people. What is your problem? Are you not ashamed to come to my house to search for people? I tell you, you will answer for the blood that you have spilled. The nephew replied, aha, just give us the woman that you are hiding there. Otherwise, the Bible has made you a dog. All this while I was beside myself with fear. The pastor's wife laying on me was trembling like with fear. Unfortunately, they saw the hole in the room where I used to sleep. They asked, is this the hole where you hide the Tutsi? The pastor calmly told them to get into the hole and see if there were any Tutsi hiding there. They also found another hole under the table which I used to sleep in, covered with a mat. Then they demanded to know why there were many holes in the house. The pastor explained that the house was not complete. The family had moved in after the death of his daughter. The following day, I was too traumatized to eat. I never slept in the house again. I started sleeping in the banana plantation in a hole covered with dry banana leaves. I would wait there until 11 when the pastor would bring me food and water to bathe. But they devised two methods of detecting those hiding in such holes in banana plantations. They used dogs to sniff out victims or hold hands and walk in a single file up and down the banana plantations using their feet to detect where the ground was soft under the dry banana leaves. They sang as they walked up and down. If they found such a place, they would dig it up to see if there was a Tutsi hiding underneath the dry leaves. Then one day towards the end of June, I felt a person walking over my head and another over my hands as I lay in a hole covered with dry leaves in a nearby banana plantation. You can imagine what I felt. I think we can. I was paralyzed with fear. From that day, I never slept in the banana plantation again. So now we're going to the climax. From then on, I slept in the boot of a car, which had been parked in the compound in an open place near the gate by somebody after it had broken down. The boot was secured from inside, so I could let myself in and out. I remember where it was towards the end of June and the RPF was approaching. They were about 10 kilometers away. And therefore it became necessary for those hiding us to run away, including the pastor. Now he has to go. So others left, but the pastor refused to go. He said that he would not leave me alone. After all, he was old and he did not fear to die. Every day he would pray thus, my Lord, I know you have prepared my home as a refuge for your servant. He said that after looking after me for 2 months, he was not going to leave me alone in the last minute. So you see, he is ready to die for her or with her. In our neighborhood, there was a powerful Interahamwe. You know who the Interahamwe were. He called a meeting and we thought he was going to call off the killing, but using loudspeakers, he addressed the crowd and said that, and I quote, "In 1959, we made a mistake and I do not want us to repeat the same mistake this time around. Then we said, quote, these are women and children and did not kill them. These children are now the ones who are troubling us. You must not repeat the same mistake. You must kill every Tutsi. It is like chicken sitting on the eggs. Kill the chicken and destroy the eggs." End of the quote. I could hear this from where I was hiding in the boot of the car. I urged the pastor to leave. He would not hear of it. Then I told him, if you do not leave now, then you are going to kill me. He just looked at me and said, "Take this sugar. I have heard that if one has no food, but one has sugar, one can live for quite some time." He gave me 2 kilos of sugar, took his jacket, did not turn and look at me. He lowered his head and left. I was left alone with a Hans boy. That's why I talked about the Hans boy. And the cows, since nobody could hide with the cows. The pastor went to Kibuye. On that day, one of the domestic workers saw me for the first time. Now compare the Hans boy and the worker. This other worker, not the one that was bringing the information that was life-saving, but another one. He went and reported to the Interahamwe that there was a Tutsi woman hiding in the pastor's house. After 1 hour, I had many people coming, making a great deal of noise. Luckily, I had best eaten and quietly slipped into the boot of the car and secured the lock from inside. They knocked on the gate and quickly decided to break in. But the pastor's cousin, who was in the crowd, told them not to break, but to wait for him to go for the keys. He went and brought the keys. They came in. Of course, they demolished the small house there to check if there was anyone and found no one. And they started searching the entire house. They searched, they found no one. After failing to find me, they demanded that the boot be opened. Now she is in the boot of the car. They want the boot opened. The escort of the pastor's son, this is the bodyguard I mentioned, reminded them that some of them had helped the owner of the car to push the car into the compound because it was broken. So they knew that it had been left there because it was out of order. I could hear the conversation and even see through a small hole where the speakers had been removed. They now began to push the car from side to side, and he's in there, as if to tip it over. Some of them said it was heavy. So it could not have been empty. After all, the woman they are looking for is big and heavy. So if it was not a person hiding in the boot, it must be something very heavy then. The domestic worker who had told them that I was there was also present, and he knew that I was there. All this while they were struggling to open the boot. So I thought the best thing was to hold the lock with my hand to keep it secured. But as I turned, my right elbow knocked on the wall of the boot, producing some sound. This sent them into a frenzy. They started shouting that they knew I was there. Fortunately, an argument erupted with some arguing that since they had been pushing the car back and forth, it had become unstable. Hence the noise they had heard. Others were insisting that I was inside there. Some argued that since I had been there for 3 days, I would already be dead. So there was no need to struggle and waste so much time with the boot. It was 30th of June. I remember very well. By 1 o'clock, they had failed to open the boot, having started at 9 in the morning. Then they had someone coming and they began to argue. Then one boy said, "You woman, listen, I want to tell you something. If you agree to come out of the boot without troubling us the way you have done the whole morning, I'll help you. I'll shoot you. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'll kill you in a very painful way." At that moment, I told myself to get out and be shot, but I did not get out. Someone in the crowd suggested that they look for one Vianney who had a gun so they could shoot open the boot. Two young men went to look for Vianney. They found Vianney and they returned with a gun. And someone then said, "You woman, if you open the boot before I waste my bullet, I'll help you. Either I marry you or shoot you. But if I take you out of the boot, I'll chop you up like a potato." I thought that perhaps I should get out this time and be shot. Again, accidentally, I made some movements and they heard. Someone said, "You see, we knew she is there." They now moved away from the car so that Vianney could shoot the boot. At this point, I heard the cocking of the gun. But the bodyguard of the pastor, remember this one has real moral courage, and you will see why. The bodyguard of the pastor's son shouted, "If you shoot, I will shoot you before you see what is in the boot. I have told you that there is nobody in the boot, but you have refused to accept that. You shoot, I shoot you. You want to spoil the boss's car as if you cannot see what you are doing. This is total disregard for others. If you decide to shoot the boot, I will kill 6 people. But then there was a boy who knew that I was in the boot, and he said, "If you should open the boot and find that the woman is not there, shoot me." I heard someone walking towards the car, and I turned my head in the same direction so that if he shot, I would die before I see them. But the bodyguard said that he wanted 6 people to volunteer to be shot before Vianney shot opened the boot of the car. The first volunteer stepped forward, then the second. These 2 started calling others to join them, but no one else volunteered to be shot. Then someone shouted, "This is a joke. I'm going to shoot it." I heard the cocking of the gun. There was a lot of tension. I could feel it rising to a breaking point. Strangely enough, all this while, I had not thought about God. But at that time, I said to God, "God, you have said you are mighty. I want to know you better than before." I didn't say anything else. I removed my hand from the lock of the boot that I was holding and just lay there and waited. Still, there were only 2 volunteers. Some were arguing that it was not possible for me to be inside the boot for so long. The bodyguard said, "Now that you have failed to get 6 volunteers, I will kill everybody here. Just aim and shoot the boot. I dare you, aim and shoot," he said. Then someone said that there is locally brewed beer nearby. We should stop this saga and go and drink. After all, innocent people might be killed here. At this moment, one young man leaned on the boot and cried hysterically when he realized that the mob had been dissuaded. He kicked the boot and said, "You woman, you have witchcraft. Just go." By this time it was dark. They had been there since 9 in the morning and they left. And the interview continues. It's a very long one. So that's what happened to her. So who showed moral courage? The old pastor, his hands boy, his bodyguard was ready to shoot 6 people or shoot everyone. And the wife that lay on this other woman, and she was trembling like a leaf, as we say in many African languages. So how much time do I have?
So we're at time, and so
okay.
And
then
I love to do interview. So just summarize, and we can take a couple questions.
Yes.
That would be great.
I'll just read 10 lines to finish. That was my completing statement. This which I have written after the interview. For me, courage is important, and of course, during the last decade, I have become increasingly interested in the apparent need for moral foundations of reconciliation, forgiveness, and reimagining a new society in Rwanda. In a monograph, as I've said on my reflections on Rwanda, which I've been working on for some time now, I'm looking at what people feel, what they think, and how they visualize themselves in a quote, unquote, reconciled new Rwandan society. This work looks at new values and the reinvention of the old virtues such as courage, so that genocide should never happen again in this country. My aim with this study is to illustrate that moral courage is crucial for the prevention of genocide. This, I believe, is because when ideologies, issues of identity, the ideas founded on difference, that is the us and them notion, are usually embedded in the psyche of a society. They serve as the fuel to fire and energize other psychosocial and material factors for genocide. Indeed, there is a large body of literature on why ordinary people become killers, as you all know. Nonetheless, further research is needed to answer many unanswered questions as to why the call never again seems to have fallen on deaf ears as we continue to witness new genocides in different parts of the world today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kabai. That was so amazing. Thank you for this amazing story. And thank you for utilizing the power of storytelling. It's actually my favorite kind of research. And I was in Rwanda in 2019 for the 25 commemoration. So this kind of strikes home for me, although I'm outsider looking in. So, but thank you for guiding this, for letting her see her truth and give us a time for reflection. I know we're a little bit over time. Do we have the time to take one question? Is that a no? Everybody's saying no. Okay. All right. Again, thank you. That was compelling. And I look forward to reading the whole interview and your other works. Did you say the interview was in a book? You said the interview was going to be in a book?
I will put some of the material. I have some very sensitive material also that I will put in my reflections. And this particular one, I'm going to publish it alone. And I'm also have other ideas about making it into something else also that is visual, because people have become visual these days.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your courage. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, on to our next presenter. Give me a second. That would be our very own Tim Lebretti. Hi, Tim.
Hey,
and Tim is ready. Thank you very much, Associate Provost, the College of Arts and Science. And we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kabai. It's kind of difficult to follow that and talk after that one, but thanks everyone for coming. I want to begin. I'll try and get through this quick so we can get caught up on some time, but I want to begin today looking at a quote from 1929 at a moment of intense nativism and racism in the United States, or another moment among many, as I think it provides some insight into a cultural logic of genocide that we talk less about in the United States, but I think which is very important for helping us understand in greater fullness sort of the operations of genocide. Now, in 1929, John Gould Fletcher wrote in a literary journal called The Criterion that was edited by the poet T.S. Eliot. He wrote, "It is impossible to grasp the reason for Marx's naive dismissal of man's finest achievements without first understanding his own peculiarly racial psychology. Marx was, as known, a Jew, and his greatest confusion of thought, that of the wage-earning class with the producing class, as well as his apocalyptic world revolution, are products of specifically Jewish psychology. If we study history closely, it is apparent that the Jews as an independent race were deeply despised by the Egyptians, the Babylonian Assyrians, the Romans, as since the dispersal they have remained on bad terms with various Christian communities in which they lived." Most brazen and sensational here, of course, is Fletcher's shameless and inflammatory anti-Semitism, and he dismisses Marx's formidable body of thought on the basis of his Jewish identity. While the anti-Semitism blares most loudly here, though also lurking in Fletcher's comments more quietly, is also a hatred and devaluation of the working class, or the wage-earning class, as he calls it. He dismisses Marx's valuation of the working class as the producing class, viewing it as a figment of the Jewish intellect he also devalues. This kind of thinking is precisely what underwrites and ratifies genocide. Jewish lives and working class lives, just like Black lives in America, matter less or not at all. They are disposable in the white male Christian supremacist universe. We tend, however, in our white supremacist worldview to focus less on the way our class segmented society, our class hierarchy and its attendant values enables genocide. While the Genocide Convention, the United Nations adopted in 1948, defined genocide in terms of particular, quote, acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, subsequent scholarship, and even Raphael Lemkin's scholarship previous to the convention, has debated which constituencies of people should qualify as a group, in addition to what constitutes genocide. These are all matters of debate, as you know. In the past, there have been arguments for inclusion of political groups. Some scholars have argued, as I'll discuss in a bit, that groups should be included on the basis of gender, that women, for example, constitute a group. Today, I want to step into these debates by arguing that the working class is a group that historically has suffered genocides, and in doing so, I want to take on the related question of what constitutes genocide, as well as, and mainly, how identifying the working class as a group that historically suffered genocide can provide us important insights into the social, political, and economic value systems that create the conditions of possibility for genocide, which obviously is crucial for us to understand how to pursue the prevention of genocide. In fact, I believe ignoring or excluding the working class as a group from the definition of genocide dangerously occludes our understanding of the dynamics and mechanisms of genocide, particularly when it comes to structures, values, and behaviors, which are largely normalized in our everyday lives, but nonetheless enable and potentially legitimate genocides. In particular, I will argue today that the value system operative in the US political economy, contemporarily and historically, which has powerful relays to our dominant moral value system, is one that, in assigning differential value to varieties of work, necessarily assigns different value to the lives of people performing the work. Put another way, the way our political economy determines value makes some lives matter more than others. And we can look back through US economic and labor history and decipher the way US political economy and the way labor has been valued and organized really makes some lives matter more than others. And we should remember, I think, here that talk about race in America is often also talk about labor, or should entail talking about labor. The 1619 Project, we might keep in mind, focuses on the impact and legacy of slavery a racist system of labor exploitation in US history. Before I jump into exploring the issues of genocide in US labor history and political economy, let me draw on another example that might help kind of clarify my approach in arguing that the working class ought to be considered a group within definitions of genocide, and that may also explain why, despite the fact that US history is punctuated with acts of murderous and organized violence against workers, these acts have not typically been characterized as genocide. They don't make the literature. In her 1985 study, Gendercide, The Implications of Sex Selection, Marianne Warren makes a compelling case connecting sexism to genocide. And she writes, as you can see, the fact is that sexism is often a matter of life and death for its female victims. Throughout recorded history, in virtually every patriarchal society, innumerable female human beings have been killed, starved, or otherwise abused as a result of the cultural devaluation. The neglect or abuse of females has often been severe enough to produce societies in which men greatly outnumber women. I use the term gendercide to refer to those wrongful forms of sexual discrimination. Warren's charges against a world blind to and accepting of sexist violence against women seem to mirror to me dominant social attitudes in some sense toward labor exploitation and murderous violence against workers, including everyday violence in the workplace. This may be because women are such a large group, they're not even seen as a particular group. They're half the population. And also because these values are so deeply ingrained in our world that this violence is simply a matter of course. This marginalization of people a matter of course. I would suggest we have a similar dynamic going on with the working class, and we have all kinds of ideologies that justify this. We very much justify that some people have much less than others, barely meet their needs, and we call this meritocracy. Right? We seem to have no problem often that, and justify that some people make much more than others. And I'll talk about the way we have arrived at this value system as sort of a damaging one. I want to give briefly just some examples of what I'm talking about. And for the sake of time, I can't fully draw them all out. They're going to be quick. And they're just a few of the examples that I could draw on throughout our history. After that, I'll try to draw some conclusions from this that I think help us understand genocide a bit. I did want to point to the fact that, again, Warren tries to answer this question, why people don't see sexism as a form of violence and genocide. And she simply argues that it's so the ignorance is widespread. And that to even sort of bring up this issue, as she writes this book, she says would strike most people as false and paranoid, but she sort of anticipates the skepticism that we even find among the well-educated. So as one example, I wanna draw our attention to take an example from a book called Devil in the White City, which you might know, written by Eric Larson. It's about the Columbia World's Fair in 1893. And the book focuses on Daniel Burnham, the architect in Chicago, and also a real life character named H.H. Holmes, who was kind of seen as the first serial killer or documented serial killer in the nation. And early on in this documentary that Larson writes, he's talking about the way skyscrapers are built in Chicago and what it takes to build them. And he says, well, Chicago had some pretty soft soil, which presented some challenges in building skyscrapers, and they had to resolve this problem. And he says there were two known ways to resolve the soil problem: build short and avoid the issue, or drive caissons down to bedrock. The latter technique required that workers excavate deep shafts, shore the walls, and pump each so full of air that the resulting high pressure held water at bay. And he goes on to explain that this process, they knew when they built the Brooklyn Bridge, would entail the death of a certain percentage of the workers. It was just a matter of course. So they know, as they say here at the end, right, where they have a casualty rate of over 20%, that to build these skyscrapers is going to entail a certain amount of death. And the way Larson tells this story, I think you see the way that this murder is really just sort of normalized and legitimated as part of the process of building civilization, which is often, in fact, how genocide is legitimated, right? That's just part of building civilization. And we see here sort of the casualness and sort of normalcy that, as Larson tells this story, it's very much built in and could easily go unnoticed. And so I think, again, one way in which the killing of labor is normalized. Now this, I'm going to go through a bunch of examples and they might seem odd to you, but I promise to try and make an argument for the oddness when I get done. So many of you probably know about the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911. This killed 146 workers, mostly women and children, who died from smoke inhalation, fire, or from jumping from these buildings. Now, the exits and stairwell doors were locked in this case, and that's why these people died. They couldn't get out. This did finally lead to the formation, one of the key incidents that led to the formation of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. This also happened very similar in 1991. Here's a headline. I remember this very well, reading this when I was in college. Chicken workers locked in a North Carolina factory, also killed in fire. We have the Ludlow Massacre of 1914 in the Colorado coal fields, where 1,200 striking workers over 8 days were fired upon by private militias with machine guns. John D. Rockefeller was widely blamed for orchestrating that massacre, and it was a key moment in the formation of the mine workers' unionization. In 2006, there was a major mine disaster in West Virginia. 13 miners were trapped in an explosion and 12 died. The Mine Safety and Health Administration had cited the mine over 200 times in 2005 for serious safety violations. That had been the biggest mine disaster since 1968 till this one, the Upper Branch Mine disaster in 2010, that had 31 miners killed in an explosion. The MSHA identified 369 safety violations that resulted in $10.8 million in fines. There were criminal liabilities after this of $200 million. There were some criminal charges that were enforced. One person faced a year in jail. Again, hardly considered genocide, a year in jail, $10.8 million, right, for lives lost. Now, this might seem odd to you. This happened during the pandemic. You may remember this headline. People betting on workers' lives, knowing they're going to, right, knowing they're putting them in dangerous situations that are life-threatening. So this might seem odd that I take massacres and what seem like accidents and put these all together. But I hope to show with these accidents that they're not accidents. They're complete neglect and devaluation of these people's lives. And they know that this is going to entail loss. Our state is involved in it in the sense that, right, they'll cite these violations, but there are only fines. There's no actual effort to protect the lives of these people. And it's cheaper for these companies to pay fines than actually protect lives. So why does this happen? So Nancy Eisenberg writes a book called White Trash, and she kind of focuses on the white working class. We know the working class is obviously racially diverse, composed of different genders. But I quote this from White Trash to show that people are identified on the basis of class. It is a sort of distinct group. And again, we frequently have this language within our culture, right, that defines people as disposable, as trash, as garbage. Again, I think many of you have studied genocide in some regard, and it's this kind of linguistic othering, this kind of dehumanization of people that precedes and enables this kind of killing. But also we have, again, with this, we live in a political economy that has a very distorted yet normalized mode for determining the value of work. We like to think that theorists of our political economy who endorse it like to think that we have values determined by an indifferent market. But we know that this is not true in the sense that value is always fought over. And I want to just suggest how distorted it is by looking at how Karl Marx really thought about value differently. A chief element of Marx's thought was to rethink value itself. And so I'm not going to go through these quotes, I'll explain them quickly. In a piece he wrote called Critique of the Gotha Program, he's trying to imagine kind of a post-capitalist world. And he says, well, as we decide what people deserve, right? Because that's what we do in our world, meritocracy. What do people deserve? And we decide some people don't deserve anything, basic needs, right? He says, well, you can't measure the value of someone's labor in isolation. It doesn't make any sense. That's what we seem to do. But I, for example, as a professor, can't do my job without the librarian, the groundskeepers, the facilities people, technology people, right? How could I possibly distinguish or separate the value of what I offer from the totality of labor? And that's kind of what Marx says. Well, that begins to flatten out value in a certain way. And say, well, how does Marx think about value? Well, here's one way he does that, that offers an alternative, and that I think a more humane set of values, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, right? We're not sitting here arriving at what you deserve. We're simply talking about your basic humanity and to what you are entitled on that basis for your survival. But yet the ways that we create differential value, right? And we know historically that women, people of color, right, even within a working class, multiracial working class, there are wage gaps, right? And when we differentially determine the value of people's work, we are simultaneously, because they're linked, the work that people do and the people who do it, right? We are deciding that some lives matter more than others. And this is largely endorsed in our world. And I don't think that we're gonna, and we saw this challenged briefly during the pandemic. We had this phrase, essential workers, where we came to recognize for a fleeting moment how dependent we are on those people whose work is typically degraded in our world. And for a minute, to call them essential workers highlighted the distortion of our value system, its upside down nature. And so, part of this talk is geared to get us to think, and the Black Lives Matter movement invited us to think, on what basis do we make some lives matter more than others? And obviously we can look to race, but even as we unpack race, it brings us into these, again, other elements. Labor is one element, and particularly look at the history of labor organization in the US, or the way labor's been organized. And again, think about, say, the 1619 Project. Slavery was a form of degrading human beings, and labor degradation on the whole is something that goes on, right, within our culture. We degrade people based on the labor that they do, or our society does. And so part of the kind of thrust of this talk is really to get us think about how we value lives, and to suggest that that's also linked to how we value labor, and that confronting genocidal logic, the genocidal logics that work in our world, demands that we confront the value system that devalues lives and labor. So it's a small point. I'm not sure that we talk about it that much. So I wanted to highlight this today. Now, I think that, this is Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, and scholars really like to dismiss B and C, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting the group conditions of life calculated to bring about. Not all, but you will find in the scholarship an attitude that says, well, this trivializes genocide altogether. And I just like to disagree. I think, if we're really going to assess the damage that our cultural and social processes are doing to people, that our political economy does, we have to look at the processes that are damaging and undermining people's mental and physical lives altogether, especially if we're going to think about prevention, right? We just can't look at the eruptions of, the moments where we see eruptions of massacre. Those eruptions of massacre grow out of normalized processes and conditions that we've come to accept that we're not paying attention to. So here are a few conclusions. Looking at the working class as a victim group of genocide and what causes the devaluation of their lives helps us understand the preconditions that enable genocide. Valuing people's work differentially and erroneously tends to equate with valuing people's lives differentially, right? Just to elaborate a bit, if you have less of a wage, if you don't have benefits, if you have less access to healthcare, to nutritional food, to clean, safe environments and housing, right? Obviously, that's the way that within our system, your life is seen as less important. So a key in genocide studies, particularly the focus on prevention, is understanding a condition that gives rise to genocidal behavior. So let me venture here that it is worthwhile to understand the conditions that give rise to genocide, not as aberrations or sudden or momentary divergences from normative social and cultural values and structures, but as deeply embedded in them. I guess that's the last slide. So thank you for your attention, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Lebretti. And let me make a correction. Associate Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. Yes, I said provost. And I want to appreciate you expanding this notion of mass atrocities to the United States. I do think that many times we do leave that out, that America has not only participated in mass atrocities historically, still right now. We've been charged with crimes against humanity. And so I really, really appreciate you bringing that to the forefront, how you're describing it, how it relates, and how in political spaces, America keeps their name out of it. And we commit those atrocities nationally and internationally. So I appreciate that. And so I just want to open it up. I think we have time, maybe one question, two questions. Anybody have any questions? And I love the notion of that whole, how we value lives and genocidal logic. So thank like that. So thank you so much.
Just want to very quickly add on that, just to make the dots connect, to connect the dots. The way you emphasize the B and C parts of the genocide definition is Absolutely. So amazing for me. And I recommend this for everybody. Barbara Colorasso, her TED Talk is so amazing. She really says, there is a very short walk or a very short distance between schoolyard bullying to genocide. And the way it's connected is so amazing. And that will make us think how important it is to understand human behavior. And it just ties everything together with all the presentation and human behavior. So yeah, I'm not taking my time.
Thank you. I'm going to email you for that name.
At the same time, I think there is a legitimate concern when we begin to qualify all forms of violence as genocide. So, Tim, I'm coming to just the last part of your talk. So I'm really worried. There are, crimes against humanity. There are violence that every human being ought to condemn. But there is also genocide. So my concern is that when we begin to qualify all these forms of violence and as genocide, then genocide actually loses its impact, moral impact. So that's just my concern I'm thinking about.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think a lot about that, and I'll just offer a quick thought, Chi. One of the things that kind of brought me to study genocide, apart from other you know, as Chi, you know, we're both.
I'm gonna call it right now. I think I found these.
Oh, okay. So
sorry.
I think, you know, Chi and cultural studies, obviously the paradigm these days is, you know, we grew up studying race, class, gender, post-colonialism. This term is much more powerful because it makes us think about the stakes of what is undermining our lives. And I would say, so I see value in having this conversation you're talking about. I'm not saying it's an easy one. I'm saying we have to decide what is and what isn't. But what it does do is it makes us look more closely at the everyday dynamics that are undermining life. And I would say too, you know, I do think in terms of looking at the UN Convention, you know, it really focuses on groups. So if people are being identified as a group and suffering violence on the basis of that group identity, that to me is a little bit different, I think, than saying all forms of violence, perhaps. So I think that's something when we see behaviors that impact specific groups of people, then you know, that may make us ask some questions. But you know, I don't think there's there's no easy answer, Chi, to your question. Then we kind of.
I just want to. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to say a few comments. Mass murder and injustice doesn't need to be genocide to matter. It's what someone said. Yes, I have been very uneasy at these sessions because of the mission of US as a major center for genocide against indigenous people, African descended people. What is lynching? But genocide against African descended people are not talked about in these sessions. So again, I agree with Tim is saying, very important conversation to have, and the politics behind why America gets left out of that conversation when genocide happens in this country, in my opinion. I also see Samantha's hand, and maybe this is the last comment that we take.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, you know, my thought or my contribution to these questions from the background, thinking about the legal definition versus, you know, sociological or social definitions of genocide, and what are the use of each, also, you know, the other crime categories in the Rome Statute, et cetera. I think what the participant said about it doesn't need to be genocide to matter is what I always, I feel, say over and over with students, with others, and that if we look at sort of the history of the convention and the legal definition, you know, there are politics behind that as well that have led to what's again in the legal definition that is, I think many scholars truly recognize not fully encompassing and not fully useful in a court of law, especially. And so I think also, you know, as Professor, as I said, if we break it down too much, you know, to any microaggression, any act of bullying could lead to genocide, we're leaving out a number of, you know, key factors, processes, ideology, and things like that. But at the same time, if we say if it's not genocide, it doesn't matter, you know, we're doing a disservice as well. So I think looking at, again, the scholarship and also sort of implementation of scholarship around what does it mean in a legal court, who gets left out, and how do we look at other, I mean, lots of work on social definitions of, you know, cultural genocide, of, you know, forced pregnancy, other things like that, that really apply here. And I'll do a quick pitch for my late mentor's new book, Showtime by Leon Fuji, where she does talk a lot comparatively also about the US and crimes here. So it's a beautiful text and a tribute to a wonderful scholar. So thank you. I don't know if that complicated or helped, but I think that these are kind of the discussions that a lot of us are having in this field as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the discussions, and those comments were by Ona Wayne and Mama Barbara Scott. And there's others in there, so please read them about the political stuff around US and genocide, and yes, and talk about it. So, and our next speaker, our next speaker is, I think it is Samantha, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Hi, Samantha. Thank you for your comments, and a nice segue into our next speaker, Samantha Lankin, Dr. Samantha Lankin.
Lakin, yes.
Lakin is a researcher focused on transitional justice and African political history. Her dissertation explored local perspectives of memory. Local perspectives of memory. Lost my place. I'm sorry, everybody. And justice in the aftermath of genocide, specifically in the case of Rwanda. Lakin was a Fulbright Scholar in Rwanda from 2017 to 2018, and in Switzerland from 2011 to 2012, and a graduate research fellow at Harvard's program on negotiation. Since 2013, Dr. Lakin has led numerous action-based research and policy teams in Rwanda, Ghana, and DRC with organizations including the Kigali Genocide Memorial and Aegis Trust, the United States Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation, Search for Common Ground, CDA Collaborative, and Inclusive Security. Dr. Lakin holds a Master of Arts in International Law and Diplomacy from the Fletcher School at Tufts University and a PhD from the Strassler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Clark University. Welcome, Samantha, to our space.
Thank you very much for having me today. Does everything look okay for this PowerPoint? And yes, okay, great. Sorry, Zoom is a new and fun thing for some of us and a scary thing for others. Thank you again for hosting this conference, first of all. I really want to thank the organizers. I think that this space to present research on a diverse range of topics and the ability to speak with really such esteemed scholars and people working on these issues for me is really an honor. So thank you.
I'm so sorry for interrupting, Samantha. I'm so sorry. Could you play the slides? Are you able to play the slides so that they are more visible? Thank you.
Yes, let me do that. Thank you. I think I have to start them.
Go down to the little at the bottom.
Yeah. Is it this?
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. Does that look better?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. So today I'm going to be presenting research titled Memory and Victimhood in Post-Genocide Rwanda, Legal, Political, and Social Realities. And this presentation is based on a book chapter that will be published in an edited volume about narratives in post-atrocity spaces. So that will be coming out with Cambridge University Press, I think in the spring. So again, this is based on the chapter that I contributed. And yeah, I'll get right into it. So I wanted to read one of the quotes from an interview I conducted, and I think this really highlights the feeling of the post-genocide moments in Rwanda right now. Genocide survivors are bound together through a blood pact when the blood of genocide victims was mixed in the waters of the Nyabarongo River. But it's an accidental blood pact, a terrifying twist on the traditional blood pacts in Rwandan culture, pacts that indicated lasting friendship and the strongest of social ties. This pact binds genocide survivors together for the rest of history. So this concept that igihango, these blood pacts, were made out of choice for who is your friend or your family for life, gets flipped on its head as people are intertwined because of what they suffered and what they faced during the genocide. And this is to say that every Rwandan was impacted by what happened during the genocide in 1994, no matter who they were, no matter what their identity, no matter where they were located. I think it's pretty well recognized that everybody was impacted in some way. So just as a framing point. So my research looks at these different perspectives toward post-genocide recovery and justice, in particular looking at processes of memorialization and commemoration to achieve or work toward these kinds of justice, meaning, etc. And so I wanted to present three different perspectives on justice efforts in the aftermath of atrocity, crimes, and genocidal societies. So the South African scholar Brendan Hamburg states that, or writes, as restoring each individual victim to their pre-conflict status is nearly impossible, reparations can only be a good enough response to mass atrocities. In 2014, the 20th commemoration of the genocide, the former Minister of Justice in Rwanda, Johnson Businge, said at the Kigali International Forum, he said, and really asked, what system is perfect to deal with crimes of mass atrocities and genocide? The implied answer is none. And from one interview I conducted in 2015, this interviewee woman said that there's an impact of genocide in the life of every Rwandan. A Hutu is frustrated by what happened by his parents, brothers, and sisters. For a Tutsi, he is a victim of lost parents, brothers, and sisters. Each one in the country has symptoms of the genocide. So memorials are there to show us the reality of the genocide on both sides. And I would say that this today is an aspiration. It's not yet something that has been realized in Rwanda, but it's an aspiration. And just to show a little bit about my own field work, this is an example of a community meeting that took place during a commemoration in 2018 in Kinigi. Ibiganiro kuri Jenoside yakorewe Abatutsi. So this Ibiganiro conversation, people coming together to commemorate and also to learn. So just a little framing of what this looks like. So I'm going to provide a very basic overview of the methods and then basically get right into the conclusions. There's not a ton of time to go over every specific conclusion and interview, but I did want to sort of provide really a flavor of the discussion of victim identity and how it relates to commemoration after genocide, and then open it up for discussion and further conversation later on. So I conducted this research as part of my doctoral work from 2013 to 2019. Overall, the research is based on 106 open-ended interviews with Rwandan genocide survivors, former genocide perpetrators, so those who were in prison or incarcerated for crimes of genocide, ordinary citizens. So we're talking about those who are not targeted based on their identity, but also who did not participate. Very tough category to locate. And also key informants. So those who work in memorial spaces in Rwanda, who work on issues of justice, who are guides at memorial sites, etc. Archival document review and also participant observation of more than 25 public and private genocide commemoration ceremonies in Rwanda over this time, in English, French, and Rwanda. And just again to show sort of what these looked like in people's homes, sharing, interviewing, talking, etc. Very familiar scene for many of us. So, I think that the literature on victimhood is expansive and has many different perspectives. But what resonated throughout the interviews and in this research was that definitions of victimhood actually influence or impact the ways in which people express their grief, mourn past losses, seek justice, and also access resources in the aftermath of devastation like a genocide. And interviews with Rwandans who lived through the genocide in '94 further captured this narrative complexity around the different notions of victim identity. In particular, how legal, political, and social notions of victimhood influence people's self-identity and then the ways that they interacted with these commemorations and memorials. And so the question that this paper or chapter looks at is how does victim identity influence or shape the Rwandans' varied relationships to genocide memory, in which I am talking about Kwibuka, which is the sort of official genocide commemoration period in Rwanda, and Inzibutso, the building and maintaining of genocide memorial sites. So I wanted to provide 3 different examples of these relationships to genocide memory. One is genocide memory as a way to facilitate meaning or meaning making, which sometimes happens through the state and through, public and official commemoration, and sometimes it doesn't, and it takes place in private in different ways, which is highlighted more in the research in the paper. And victim identity as well is a dynamic relationship. It's dynamic with social, political, and legal realities. And the Rwandans interviewed showed that they embodied or accepted different types of victim identity as a way to negotiate meaning, going back to the sense of meaning and justice and recognition during the commemoration period. And again, the differences that emerge in public and private commemorative spaces to these goals of creating meaning and being able to seek senses of justice. So in the Rwandan sort of commemorative space, we're talking 28 years after the genocide, within, again, the interviews and just living and working in Rwanda for a long time, a paradox arose, or I saw a paradox come out of these interviews and a lot of conversations, which is that, at times genocide commemoration fosters reconciliation very clearly, while at other times they can be spaces of exclusion. And this question comes up often from people, especially from the outside, and I'm not always able to answer it, especially when people say, oh, in Rwanda, we're not allowed to refer to these past groups that really caused division, caused harms, and that is a completely reasonable thing. And then, I'm teaching at Tufts right now. Students say, but I don't understand. Then when we have the commemoration period in April and people are talking about these groups again, how do people feel when the rest of the year it's one thing and in April it's another thing? So I think that this is a very real dynamic taking place in Rwanda now, that at times commemorations truly do foster reconciliation, and at other times they can create further exclusion, depending again on victim identity and relationship to definitions of victimhood. And so when I looked at this paradox, I thought, and asked, what really can be changed or done to make commemorative spaces be more restorative? I think at the basis, there's an assumption that people want them to be, that Rwandans want them to be, that governments want them to be, et cetera. And so I'm going to work on that assumption to talk about some of the conclusions. So creating more restorative and holistic commemorative spaces. So one example is acknowledging and representing, again, this narrative complexity during the genocide commemoration ceremonies themselves can create symbolic justice processes that are representative of diverse identities and experiences of Rwandans in '94 and after. And Rwanda is not an exception in terms of the fact that perpetrator, victim, bystander categories are not monolithic. They are diverse and they are different. And as much as each individual's relationship to those labels is different, so are within the categories diversity, and diversity of perspective that's not always recognized or documented. So one thing to think about are the ways in which different groups, like those who had 2 Tutsi parents and their whole families were killed, or people who may have had one parent who was Hutu and one parent who was Tutsi. Some of the interviews, individuals in that situation found themselves receiving funding from the government and being able to go back to school as if they were a survivor. Others ended up in prison, just depending on sort of the circumstance of what happened in the period. And so looking at again, these diversities within those groups. And I don't believe Rwanda is an exception there. And second of all, integrating personal remembrance practices, I think is really important, especially when we look at a broader question of, when can a government and a state meet the needs of everybody in the society? And the answer is they can't. Some people will always be unhappy or unsatisfied, but the more that people feel disconnected from national or state-sponsored processes, the kind of more concern we might have about sort of the stability and positive future of the society. And one thing I saw from the interviews is that personal remembrance practices alongside national and public remembrance practices are really important, because people feel that they have the ability to express things that are deeper and that they may not want to share with others outside of who they invite into those spaces. So I'm talking about private prayer services, family gatherings and meals, holding a particular mass at church in honor of victims, or going with neighbors to visit a memorial site and lay flowers and say prayers where a loved one is buried outside of official gatherings. These are, I found, really important because they bring that personal layer of meaning back into many people's experiences. And so these are the two ways that I would say we can look at to begin making more holistic commemorative spaces, especially toward the goals of meaning making. So validating people's experiences and justice as well, providing justice, redress for future, belief in a future where people are protected, people are secure, and there will not be repetition of conflicts or genocide. So I'm going to stop there in, basically, again, this presentation highlights just a little sort of slice of the broader research, of which there are many conclusions. But what I wanted to highlight again today is something that's often spoken about, I think, in a highly politicized way, and that people are not as free to express because they're very concerned that it will be misconstrued or used, especially by an outsider, in a way that was not intended. And I'm not 100% at all free from that. But I do think and hope that those who have entrusted me with their interviews have entrusted me to represent this question and think of it about that, especially in the scholarly realm, and especially with those of us who are working from different nationalities, different universities, different academic disciplines and backgrounds. I think that this conversation is the beginning maybe of thinking about that in Rwanda. So the last thing I wanted to share is that one quote from an individual who I interviewed said, "There can never be 100% justice in Rwanda after so many innocent people were killed. But we try our best to live with the reality so that genocide never happens again in Rwanda." And actually this photo that was taken, I'm right there, as you can see. I don't look so good, but this photo was taken at the end of my Fulbright experience in Rwanda. And I call it the cultural diplomacy because what essentially happened, which I found really unique, was this was at the end of a couple of weeks of interviews and fieldwork in Kibeho, and an individual actually opened up his home, this is the home, to our team to conduct interviews there so that people could come from wherever they were and sort of not be noticed. It was quite interesting. And at the end, he said, "Let's have a party." I said, "Sure, let's have a party. Let's have some beer and corn and okay." And people came to the party, everyone who had been interviewed over the past weeks from all backgrounds. And it was really, again, an incredible moment, dancing, singing, sharing this beer. And I was surprised that, again, from all different of categories: survivors, people who were formerly incarcerated, people who knew each other and who didn't, but all were in the same geographic area, came. And the last thing we did in this conversation, or in this, was really just talk. I mean, I said, ask me anything. So we had some really interesting conversations as well, about, what's an American doing here, speaking French, Kinyarwanda, et cetera. What do people think about this, that? And so again, I think that this concept of everybody was impacted by the genocide, and the reality is that people do not want that to ever happen again. And how do we look at the different dynamics that are in Rwanda 28 years after, and work to ensure that that is a reality? So that is the end of my presentation. I want to thank you again. This is the first time I'm presenting this work in this way, so I really appreciate you receiving that. And I know that I also did not provide any background or whatnot, but just wanted to assume that people had some, level of literacy around what took place in Rwanda during the genocide in 1994, and also genocide studies in general. So I thank you, welcome any questions about the presentation, and also about the research in general. And again, I just want to express my gratitude.
Thank you, Samantha. If you can take your presentation down so we can see your face better, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the remembering. It's interesting, we showed the picture of the community meeting. I'd mentioned before, I was in Rwanda the 25th year and had the pleasure of going to the community meeting. And I understand there's politics around how that happened, but as far as the people go and the process and the experience, it was stunning. And so I'd like to thank you for remembering and bringing these stories to light. So I want to open it up for maybe a couple questions. If people have questions.
There's no way I believe that there's not a single question.
Well, I will. I raised my hand. I guess it's not as visible. Okay, that's okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Now it's your hand.
All right.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you so much, Samantha, for your presentation. It's, just so much to learn. And I appreciate that you went and spent time listening. I think one of the things we do as researchers is to read so much more than spending time with the people and bringing back stories. And I think many people appreciate the story from Anne Kubai, for example. I'm receiving so much feedback about that story. It captured the attention. It brings light, like the reality of the people. And I tell you, Samantha, that last picture where you say everyone came together. I'd like to pause on that. Remember, slaughtering with a machete, that happened. It's real, and we all know it's real. And then to see that picture of people from survivors, from everyone, and I think, I don't know if there were like people who were released from jail among those who participate in the genocide, but they all come together. And I think that, and again, I'm commenting more than asking a question. It's the surprise from the world that they came together eventually, right? So healing is happening. But remember, they had Ubuntu earlier on before genocide. That's the tapestry that they are relying on. It wasn't, as I said, yesterday, it wasn't shattered. It wasn't a glass that shattered. It was just bent. It's a tapestry that was bent, that was torn. It's being fixed again. It's allowing people to go on, to move on together. So, and I think I really like that that picture at the end says it all, because it's hard to imagine as human beings just to let go, to just forgive, right? It's hard think about, but it's real, it does happen, and they are being an example. And I wish we could hear more stories from there of how they are doing it, right? Because we hear more of how they are killing each other in this part of the world, in the West. I hope more stories of how they are succeeding in working together, in really fixing, healing together. And I think there's a phrase you used, that I direct, and I promise I won't to be too long. There's a phrase where you said, how can we make commemoration be restorative, right? Remembering it together. These signs be for everyone, because the pain was experienced by everyone, is being experienced by everyone. So thank you so much for that, your presentation. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just see great presentation.
Immaculée.
I'm missing. I'm sorry. Who has? Oh, I'm sorry. Immaculée. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Janine, for noticing. Thank you so much for your presentation, Samantha. It was quite dense, and I enjoyed it. But my question is, maybe I missed it. You interviewed 106 people, right? And among those people, were there Hutus?
Yes.
And Tutsis?
Well, yes, yes.
I see. So that's what I wanted to know, because you said whenever we hear about the genocide, they say the Tutsi genocide. But the fact that Hutus also lost, and they lost a lot. As a matter of fact, prior to that publicized genocide, there was also a form of killing, genocide happening, and it involved Hutus. So I don't know if those are the ones you interviewed, or if you interviewed those who actually are known to have been victims of that genocide that we know about, because prior to that, there were killings.
Sure, yes. So, when I went about selecting or trying to find people to interview, I worked with San Femi Church in Kigali in Muhima. I worked with a couple of other churches and organizations, and basically said, I'm looking to speak with people who have anything to say about Kwibuka and Nzibutso, anything at all. I didn't give specifics. And I also asked the people in the community, particularly in San Femi, the person I worked with is a dear friend and a wonderful person. And I said, I'm hoping to be able to speak to people who define themselves as survivors, also people who were imprisoned for crimes of genocide, whether they feel that they were imprisoned rightfully or not, just that they were there. And also what we call arbitre ordinaire, so people, again, who were not victimized or targeted because of their Tutsi identity. Essentially, we're talking about people who were Hutu as well, who did not end up in prison. So this stratified sample was difficult to get, but I think, as you said, made the interviews richer. And then again, even on top of that, how do we maybe get candid responses at all? And how do you code a transcript that, may not be candid, or that may be just, a repetition of what the person thinks I want to hear or that they should be saying? How to analyze that as valuable as well. Why did the person produce this transcript as opposed to another? So those considerations are very high in my own work as well. So yeah, I just want to thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you so much. I think I see Mama Barbara Scott's hand up. Yes, sir. Dr. Scott? Okay, and we have a question in the question of answer, and if Dr. Scott comes back on, we'll absolutely recognize her. In the question asked from Seda, what was the most difficult part of doing research in a country experiencing terrible genocide? Can be somewhere else too, but I'm sure that the difficulties can be the same.
That is a great question, and also the advice to people who want to do this kind of work. I think that the difficulties were many, and I will list maybe 4 of them. One is trust building, because there, you know, especially in conflict or post-conflict atrocity, you know, crime, genocide settings, there are a lot of people coming in, right? Whether they're journalists, academics, I mean, lots of people from the outside. And so building trust I found to be challenging, but obviously very important. And also making sure that I was acting ethically around victims, survivors, et cetera, that, you know, if, I mean, we hear all the time, you know, people are tired of talking about their story. They don't want to. I mean, that is 150% reasonable. I don't like the term mining data. What are we mining? You know, or that's an extractive term, like literally. So again, I think that was part of the methodological challenge, was trying to figure out where I was in that space and how I might be able to do things in a way that felt responsible to me. I mean, hearing stories obviously is really hard, and the more that you do it and the more that you prepare for interviews, the easier I would say it becomes at the time. I think that listening to transcripts and reviewing the material is when it really hit me, not actually during the interview process. That for me was a professional, let's say, process. I think that other difficulties, people who disclose things that are really hard, I mean, friends and others who were, you know, sexually abused or who have illnesses that they don't want to tell others about, people, you know, with significant financial issues, alcoholism and other things that, again, they don't want to talk about. And oftentimes you cannot do anything about directly. Those are hard. So I'll stop there, but yeah.
Thank you so
and
much.
My advice, just one last thing, my advice to people who want to do this kind of work is just, I think, to prepare as best as you can. And also, you know, talking to and getting advice from those who have done it in the past, you know, exceptional scholars who have done exceptional work in these places. And then also to kind of check in with yourself to see if it's something that you feel you can sustain as a career or not. And if not, that's okay.
Thank you so much, Samantha. So this is break time. And so I'm gonna ask that we shorten this a bit and just maybe take 5 minutes to stretch and then come back as we, well, you know, people know me, I live in time, as we live in time and come back to this space and continue with our amazing presentation. So maybe a 5-minute stretch and come back. All right, thank you, everyone. Hello, everybody. Everybody got to have a great stretch and whatever other things that were necessary to do in that time. Grab a snack. And
I have a question before we start.
Absolutely.
A very quick one. Thank you very much. I would like to get in touch with many people and some people in particular. So can we please get the list of participants or people with their email contacts? Because I want to talk to you seriously, Janine. I want to talk to you, Makile. I want to talk to Chilezo. I want to talk to everyone seriously.
Absolutely. And I'd love to sit at all of your feet, sit at all your feet and listen. I would love to be at that meeting for sure. Absolutely. Yes,
please. So we will appreciate that very much. And thank you very much once again.
Absolutely. And
Thanks,
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Myself.
So next on our little journey, because it is absolutely a beautiful journey. And I'm gonna, I always do this and living in being me. I guess I want to apologize. There's this thing on my tongue and linguistic that was taken during the transatlantic slave trade system. So me pronouncing names in other languages, I'm sorry. So please help me when I call your name, correct me, please, so I can practice more my native tongue that came from Mother Africa. So next on our journey is Rukia Kalanzi.
Yes, that is it.
Yay! I like when I get it right. Rukia Kalanzi is a senior program manager at an interreligious council of Uganda, which is constituted by the Roman Catholic, the Anglican of Uganda, the Orthodox Church, the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, the Seventh-day Adventist, the Born Again Faith, and the Pentecostal and evangelical churches. She provides technical support and guidance to senior religious leaders on country program partnership with international organizations like UNFPA, coordinates partnerships with African Council of Religious Leaders in preventing extremism and violence, represents IRCU at meetings with government and development partners, mobilizes faith-based organizations in regional agendas like the EAC Sexual Reproductive Health Bill and the UNICEF Faith in Education Joint Statement. She previously worked as a programs manager at the African Forum for Muslim Councils. A participating Muslim, she has cordial working relationships with Christian leaders and co-presents a weekly radio talk show hosted by an Anglican radio station, Nararimbe FM. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Rukia Kalanzi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Sorry, just a minute. Okay, if I could just share my screen for my presentation.
Were you given?
Are you able to share?
Yeah, but yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm struggling. Maybe you can share from your end because I shared my. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so like I've been introduced, I am Rukia Kalanzi, and I work at the Interreligious Council of Uganda, which for me is like a real life experience that shows coexistence and acceptance for diversity, understanding for diversity and tolerance. Interreligious Council of Uganda brings together top leaders from the different faiths as they work together to address different issues within Uganda as a country. And I really wanted to participate in this forum so that I share some of the things that we do. And I believe maybe something in there could be an example that could be useful in preventing some of these existential threats and human rights violences that could eventually lead to genocide. So I want to, next slide. So I would just briefly say, because I know most of us here, we could know the definitions of this. So just to emphasize that genocide is one-sided mass killing in which a state or any other authority intends to destroy a group, or as that group and membership is defined by the perpetrator. And then when I look at Uganda, so my point is that Uganda is experiencing some of the things that are coming off as a genocide, a risk to genocide. Yeah. So when you look at Winton's model that shows how humans or societies are predisposed to violence, like how do we get, like the presenters have been engaging us, like how do we get to this level where people lose their humanity and all of these things. So Winton shares the societal factors, and for me, as Interreligious Council, we engage on some of these factors and we see them coming to life. So there's cohesion. We have these groups that feel like, they're enclosed off, there's loyalty within the group. As we go along, I'll show you Uganda is ethnically diverse. We have so many tribes, and then the religious part. So there's those groups that come within that. And then when you add on the uneven distribution of resources and power, it kind of fuels it. So we have people in power, maybe ministers or in different government agencies who will come out and say, this is supposed to be a dynasty. We are supposed to be the rulers and the rest are subjects. So for us, we see such categorizations come off as, a closed group, and it is so rigid. It does not see that there's need to shift. Let's look on things. Next, please. Sorry, I might keep saying next. Still next, sorry. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Then when we look at Athens as well, the three kind of communities, for me, I feel like Uganda has shown signs where we could be falling in turbulent or malignant, especially when it comes to our electoral season, when we're electing president. I think partly because we haven't had a peaceful transition of power yet. So there's that tension, that kind of drives violence and abuse to one particular group. And then this other group feels like it is their right. They feel like it is originally their right to be in power, and it is, in the end, it's tagged to, the tribe or to a particular group. So, and then we come to a part where a basic example I can give is people would come out to protest. Maybe, I don't know, some of you who were keeping up with our recently concluded election in 2021. So they will block a certain presidential candidate, maybe from accessing a certain community. And people come out to peacefully demonstrate. But then all these security agencies will just come up and beat and abduct and threaten. And, so you see the response to one issue is to resolve conflict. We are quick to jump to the extremes. We use violence to resolve even simple conflict. Yes. Next, please. Yeah, so for me, when we look at violentization process, like I said, I feel like Uganda is on 3, because remember, I'm looking at how do we get there as a community? How do we lose our humanity? People experience and learn and see these things, so they become normal. And then the using of violence to stop violence, and then the violent engagements, Next, please. Yes, same. So I want to briefly take you back to our history, because in Uganda, we've had like really some cases of violent history that, and like I've heard from the previous presenters, is that thing that will stay in you, you know, like our people were killed. If I ever get a chance, I will do the same. So this is a review of how people could get to these extremes. So we've had the Kasese massacre, and this happened in 2016. This was a clear case of a tribal conflict between a certain tribe, between the king and the state agency. They were not okay with the king having guards on him. They thought he could use the guards to overthrow the government. So that conflict. And then the police killed so many civilians from that particular group. It's called the Banyada. So for them, it looked like it was an attack on them as a particular ethnic group. Then when you look at the Lord Resistance Army that was targeting only Northern Uganda, this is a section of basically just 2 ethnic groups still. Then the same for Eastern Uganda. We've had the massacres in 1971 to 79, the infamous Idi Amin. I'm sure most of you know Idi Amin. Sometimes when you travel and you say, I'm from Uganda, they're like, Idi Amin, you're like, I was not even born yet. Like, can you use something else to describe me? Anyways, and then we have the Luwero War, that is the war that brought in the current regime, the current government who's in power. Then we have the Tanzanian war as well. That happened. That was happened when Idi Amin was in power. He went and provoked Tanzania. But you see, in all these wars, they've been like a target on a particular group that could, you know, keep that thing in them that it was targeting us as maybe this group, or because we have these beliefs. And yeah, next please. And then we have the Kaiyounga Riots. So for the Kaiyounga Riots, that is something I can really share a story about, because I was 18 when it happened. It was still tribal. A particular king was refused to access part of his region by the police, and then his subjects retaliated, and they were targeting the tribe, people who come from the tribe of the current president, you know, classical case of, you know, fueling that, targeting a particular group. So just basically to show you where we are coming from, Uganda is, like I told you, we have like so many ethnic groups. And even before the colonialists coming in and then uniting us to make Uganda, we already had our grudges in there. You would see the Baganda attacking the Basoga. Most of these are neighboring each other, but we already had our issues in there. We had our tribal conflicts over maybe land, over resources, over who rules who. And then we were just made into one. And I think we are still struggling with, you know, accepting that diversity, you know, that culture, that culture diversity. Next, please. And then the next one is the historical religious tensions. That was also an issue in the past, especially where the Christians were not very accepting of the Muslim, and the other way, and the vice versa. Yes, please, next. So, and then I come in to share a bit of it, a bit of our experience as the Interreligious Council of Uganda and what we have done to address some of these, you know, these tensions. So first of all, by just the existence of Interreligious Council, it is a show that we can put our differences aside, because in the past, these religions would not get along. You don't know what it means to see the leader of the Muslim faith, that is our Mufti, speaking as a Muslim, seated with the Archbishop of the Anglican Church, or the leader of the Roman Catholic, and they're in this space of where they're friends. I'm privileged to work at the council, so I see this firsthand. So this just goes down through the community, you know, and Uganda is largely a religious country with 98% of population subscribing to a particular religion. So religious leaders really still have a lot of influence, and say they can influence attitudes, they can influence, you know, they can just come out and say, you know what, we're not going to do this, and people will not do it. So if you see their leader is talking to, you know, a Christian, that breaks that, you know, that the walls, and it creates collaboration at all levels up to community. So at Interreligious Council, I just wanted to show you briefly the structure so that you get an idea of how it works. So that what I showed previously, those are our council presidents, the head of all the denominations. So at Interreligious Council, at the Secretariat, we'll do the program oversight, the technical guidance, you know, to move religious leaders from that traditional stewardship, I'll pray for you or what. They need to have that knowledge to address all these other societal issues. So that is our role. We resource mobilize for them, we train, we, you know, that kind of like the guidance. So these are their structures. They move right from national to district to subnational to, you will find every community has a priest, has a sheikh, has, you know, who addresses people. And along these structures, the institutions like hospitals and schools where people go to get different services, where there are all these activities, maybe youth groups, women groups that we can go through to mobilize and, you know, and effect our programs. Next, please. So when our religious leaders started Interreligious Council, that was 2001. After 10 years of existence, they sat and reviewed what they were doing and then came up with 6 pillars of what they think Uganda should be in the next 50 years. So this falls directly under pillar 3, which is a secure and stable nation. So this is what we do briefly to contribute to peace building in Uganda. There's community social mobilization and mindset change. Like I said, we have tried to move religious leaders from the typical stewardship to, you know, make sure when you're preaching, you put, for example, when we are going for elections, you know, they'll do messages during the prayer, the home visits, the whatever support that target that very activity. Like, look here, the Quran says this, the Bible says this, we don't really have to attack, we're all the same, you know, to address those issues of, you know, diversity, the intolerance and stuff like that. So they build confidence and then they offer the social support. I think when you hear from our history, the wars we've had, people would run to churches for safety, for food. The humanitarian response is all in there. And then we have a leadership institute that I directly support. We use the Leadership Institute to build capacity of the religious leaders, the trainings, you know, like if someone comes to you and they have this problem, what knowledge are you going to give them outside your, you know, your religious norm? And then we also strengthen their system. Like I told you, they have structures from national and whatever. How do you manage your school? How do you manage your hospital? How do you, you know, so that they have the real administrative knowledge to support whatever issue that is going to come up in society. Then we also have promoting the faith-based frameworks and partnership outside of us. Like, don't close off, it's not just about religion. Even if, you know, we need to work with other people, we need to work with maybe cultural leaders, we need to work with civil society, you know, like we need to not close off because we are just religious leaders, not because we are just the faith community. Next, please. And then we have the advocacy. This has been helpful to an extent because, like I said, religious leaders have a strong say in a country like Uganda. So if something is happening, so the Mufti, the Archbishop, they're 7, they will get up, they'll walk to the minister and tell him, you know what, this is too much, you can't do this, we need to sit, there are other ways of, you know, doing things. They speak out against bad governance, the whole corruption. So there are those strategic meetings that they have, and then the long-term advocacy of, you know, try to change, speak out to people and everything. I think there's a story that comes out in this. There's a bishop who died during Idi Amin's regime. He was the Archbishop of Uganda. He came out and spoke against the regime. Unfortunately, he was killed, but this is some of the things that the religious leaders in Uganda have come to accept, you know, that we really have to talk, we need to say something. Like, this really came out, it comes out so much in the electoral period, but they'll come out and say, no, you can't block the opposition, you need to let people talk and stuff like that. Yes, next, please. Yeah, like I wanted to share a few photos just to attach, you know, the stories, images to the story. Like the first picture, this was taken in 2021 in the recent election. This was a visit to the security minister, just to calm them down, like, you know, because election time, there's so much targeting of the opposition. And like I said, we are so many tribes, so it eventually comes back to a tribe, you know. You like a certain parliamentarian because it's from your region, so it looks like you're being tribalistic. So they will target the opposition, they will target the media. Another classic example is during the COVID-19 restriction, the lockdown enforcement, you know, people would still be abducted, arrested, beaten, and tortured, you know. So they will come out and meet the Minister of Defense, they will meet the police, you see the Archbishop, And then all these other reverends from other denominations, you know, paying a visit to the security, like, no, this is what we think. Next, please. And then I want to share some of the milestones we are proud of at IRCU. We had our first presidential debate in 2016, and this brought together all the 18 candidates. So for people in Uganda, that was like a small hope ray of democracy. And like I said, the whole existence of multi-religious collaboration working for 20 years in Uganda, with our history, the religious tension that happened, like it's really a green light for us, and it's taken on throughout the community, then downwards. Then the national dialogue process, this was commissioned in 2018 by Interreligious Council of Uganda, and a report was issued to the president of Uganda, like looking at other ways of us, you know, let's dialogue, let's talk about what is happening as our ethnic differences, our social expectations, like let's find a solution that is non-violent. Next, please. Yeah, then the peace building, like I shared, this is also on the, should be left, I think. Visit to the electoral commission, because it was showing unfairness, you know, playing favoritism to the incumbent. So they pay a visit, like it's not looking good, we need to, you know, to adjust. And then the upper one, it was a visit to the Kasese massacre, the one I mentioned. A certain king was attacked and his people killed, and, you know, trying to mediate, you know, peace talks. And then a visit to the communities, you know, for the humanitarian response. Go on, please. So moving forward, I know, like country as Uganda, we are not really there yet. There's still a lot that is happening, and there's still a lot we can do as the faith community. So as you have seen in my previous slide, not so many photos of women or youth came out. That is because our denominations are not really designed to include women in leadership. Yeah. And this is something we have acknowledged. So we are trying to do something about it. And as I'm talking, I was made the in charge of women and youth just beginning this month, so that we try and correct that, you know. So we need to build on the role of women in leadership within our faith itself, within our faith institutions, and also within our work and our collaborations. Women's voices have to be heard, they have to, the visibility, and then the actual, what do they bring to the table? We can't still be living in the religious bubble we created long ago that, you know, it's about men, and then the youth as well. As you can see below, it's our Archbishop having a training before the election with a group of youth, just to try and preach, like, can we just try and be peaceful, even if you don't agree, and then build on partnerships. Like I've been saying, we have a lot of ethnic groups. So we are still working on how can we work with cultural leaders, because we feel like we play the same role. Like, Ugandans are really spiritual, but even culture, people love their kings. They listen to them, they do everything for them. So we feel like we cannot move this journey along, and then also keep on the already existing partnerships we think that are really helping. Yes, and then lastly, an issue of resource mobilization. Because we are really depending so much on the outside, and that comes with influence, you know. You can't get money from the government and then you advocate against something like that. So we are really thinking of how to start, you know, depending on how we can do income generation, so that we make the money that runs our programs without necessarily, you know, getting money from outside, because it will influence your whole work. And then looking at diversity outside of religion, because Uganda, we feel like we've come a long way with that. People are more tolerant and accepting of people of other faith. But then the other diversity in political beliefs, the tribal, like I told you, it's really a big thing. We're still struggling with that other diversity, the culture, accepting we can still be brothers and sisters, but have totally different political views and support different candidates and stuff like that. Then the income redistribution, because that also kind of feeds on, like I started in my presentation. So people feel like, oh, we're not getting on the national cake because we are from this, something like that. Yes, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an amazing presentation to begin to talk about that subject about leadership coming together, which harkens back kind of to our keynote, talking about who the real beneficiaries and maybe we really need to be talking about peace too. So I thank you so much for that stunning presentation and open up for a couple questions.
Sure.
I see hands, questions. I'm searching. Several places to search.
All right, I'll just quickly comment. It's not even a question. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Rukia, for your presentation. I used to work in Interface Peace Building Initiative in Ethiopia, so I really know firsthand how things go. And I'm so glad, you know, I have it here as a question. Where do you guys get your funding? But you addressed it already because I know how funding can definitely play a significant role in what you do, what you have to say sometimes, and how you do it. And sometimes you'll be thinking, oh, am I really working the work that needs to be done, or am I pleasing funders, right? So I'm so glad that you have it in your strategy to get an internal funding and keep going. And especially if the government funds it, it would have been amazing because it's part of, you know, part of the government work, right? Peace building. So I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I see anything. So I will move to the next presentation. I'm very intrigued by this. I love this title, Silent Lionesses. My favorite animals. And so our next presenter is Dr. Immaculée Hiroshimana Armena. Ah, okay. Immaculée Hiroshimana is a native of Burundi, currently professor of TESOL and English education at Lehman College, and affiliate faculty at the Graduate Center of City University of New York. Her areas of research interest include critical linguistics, as well as race, language, and literacy navigations by African immigrant youth and professionals. Some of Hiroshimana's publications include Peace Resides in the Stomach, Cultural Linguistic Interpretation of Burundi's Intractable Conflict, 2017, in the Journal for Peace and Justice Studies, African Immigrants in U.S. Schools, African Immigrants' Experiences in American Schools, Complicating the Race Discourse, 2016, with Dwimwa. Thank you for helping me practice. And A Paradise to Regain, Post-Obama Insights from Women Educators of the Black Diaspora, 2019, with Alfred and Davis. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Immaculée Hiroshimana, and I love your titles, so I'm looking forward to this.
I hope I don't disappoint, but thank you very much. But given the amount of time that I don't know if we are given the time, but yeah, I don't know how I'm going to handle it, but I'll do my best.
Yes,
but
you have your whole half hour. I know but yes, you have your whole half hour.
Okay, all right, thank you. So yes, I want to thank everybody for this opportunity because really, and congratulate my friend and colleague Janine and Hirageza for really this amazing idea of bringing together such a center because it is critical and it's one of a kind. So thank you. So I do have a PowerPoint, but like Anne, I'm not going to be maybe dwelling on the PowerPoint that much, but I want you to have an idea where I am and all that. But I will be reading some excerpts. So I'm going to hey, slideshow doesn't want to work. Okay. So yes, my presentation, Silent Lionesses, the heroism of widows of the 1972 Hutu genocide in Burundi. And here, unfortunately, I couldn't have those pictures, so I'm showing the faces of at least the widows in Rwanda. And what has been said about really this, the feelings of widows, that really every day is Widows' Day, and because there is not a day that passes where they don't remember the loved ones that they lost. I was just glad to see that the UN recognized an International Widows' Day, and that also allowed widows in different parts of the world to also organize, and that's a good thing. So why focus on widows? So in addition to coping with grief, widows may find themselves for the first time since marriage without any societal safety net. And far too often, widows lack access to inheritance, land, tenure, employment, and even the means to survive. In places where a widow's status is linked to her husband, she may find herself suddenly shunned and isolated. Now, why the widows of Burundi? Just like little is known about the 1972 Hutu genocide in Burundi, which wiped away hundreds of thousands, mainly of Hutu male intellectuals, and left innumerable mothers widowed and children orphaned, little to nothing has been written about the pains and sufferings, but also of the heroism of Burundian young mothers who, in a matter of one night, woke up to the tragedy of being husbandless, homeless, and incomeless. Those widows who are there, and what sets them apart from widows in other genocides, and why should they be heralded as heroes? Now, added with some ethnographic approaches and the social framing framework, I draw from my experience as an 11-year-old girl who witnessed the 1972 crisis and some anecdotal narratives from the survivors of the genocide to add a new layer to the existing and dominant narrative of women and or mothers amidst violent conflict, which mainly focuses on gender-based violence. In addition to the shared plight as likely victims of sexual abuses by ruthless militia men and cruel army men, as we heard from the narratives in the Rwanda genocide, the widows of 1972 Hutu genocide were outcasted and denied the right to mourn. So most widows would, mourn, but those widows were special because they were denied the right to mourn. So a little bit, I have to make a slight correction about what was said yesterday, that really the case of Rwanda and Burundi are similar. I would argue that they are parallel, because when we say they are similar, we then tend to continue to create that confusion of what happened to the Hutus in Burundi and what happened to the Hutus in Rwanda. So sometimes people don't quite understand that most of the time Hutus in Burundi are victims, whereas the Hutus in Rwanda were also perpetrators. So I wanted to make that clarification. So in this presentation, I will give a brief anecdote and then a brief historical background of the 1972 genocide, but I will not do that much because really Professor Hamdani did enough. I will introduce the concept of framing in the context of the 1972 genocide and the danger of framing for the widows of 1972. Then I will describe who those widows are, and then I will draw some conclusions. So my little anecdote goes like this. The night of doom for Hutu families in Burundi. I will never forget the night of April 29, 1972. I was 11 and had just entered 6th grade. It was evening and I had just arrived home from school. As it was customary, my mother sent me to the stream to fetch water. On that calm evening, I saw a plane hovering over my head. I dread planes anyway. So feeling afraid, I hurriedly filled my gourd and ran home. When the food was ready, we prayed, ate, and went to sleep as usual. At dawn, however, we heard heavy detonations of gunshots nonstop. I heard my parents telling each other, "Kurate," which meant we are under attack. Indeed, we had been attacked, and the peaceful country I grew up knowing as the country of milk and honey became a country of cries and tears. Now, you have on the screen a bit of background about the whole Tutsi myth and how it started with Germany, just putting together those divisions, and then Belgium reinforcing them. But the quote that I want to share with you, which corroborates that, is from Helen Sirleaf. He said, "First, the Germans and later the Belgians viewed the Tutsi and Hutus as the two distinct peoples and declared the Tutsis the superior group. The Tutsi embraced the designation for decades, enjoying better jobs, better education, and better economic opportunities. Time and time again," she says, "humanity has failed to appreciate the deep anger and resentment, the very real and dangerous pain that comes from being told you are inferior." So needless to say that Hutu-Tutsi distinction is really a myth, but most importantly, the whole myth about the Tutsi woman beauty also is a myth, right? So I will be brief here again because it has been presented, but the narrative of the Nilotic Hamitic origin of Tutsi and of the Hutu being of Bantu race propagated by the white people is widespread and widely believed internationally. It is this narrative that engendered the perception of Tutsi women as more beautiful than Hutu women and led to high instances of Hutu men, Tutsi women intermarriages. So according to Christopher Taylor's 1999 explanation, the belief in the beauty of Tutsi women dates since the 19th century with the arrival of European explorers, and I quote, 19th European explorers, following the received wisdom of the Hamitic hypothesis, stated that the Tutsi were a quasi-Caucasian rather than a Negroid race. As such, the Tutsis were deserving of all the attributes of putative biological superiority, higher intelligence, and greater beauty. So, but this kind of description was challenged by some people because really it's difficult sometimes to believe in those kind of descriptions when we talk about intermarriages. So there is Peter Gwynn, a writer for National Geographic, in a humoristic tone, attempts to demystify the Hutu-Tutsi distinction. And here is what he says, and I tend to agree with him. Tutsis are tall and thin, you've read that somewhere, except when they aren't. Hutus have broad noses, someone told you that, except when they have narrow noses. The real giveaway, however, is that traditionally Tutsis are herders and Hutus are farmers, except for the Tutsis who grow crops and the Hutus who keep cattle. So really this kind of humoristic thing, analysis shows that you cannot quite tell who is who sometimes. And as he continues, he says that it's so difficult to tell them apart that even Tutsis and Hutus sometimes can struggle. But those distinctions still happen, and those distinctions are really the cause of the intractable conflict that we experience in Rwanda and Burundi. So for me, my argument is, it is difficult to claim with 100% certainty that after hundreds of years of coexistence and intermarriages, any Hutu or Tutsi person to claim a pure Hutu or Tutsi type. One undeniable fact remains true till today. Tutsi women are known to be way more beautiful than Hutu women, even if the practice of intermarriages aided with Gregor Mendel's laws of genetics can challenge this belief. The white narrative still predominates, and there are some blurbs that show that. For example, in Taylor says, in pre-end colonial times, taking a Tutsi wife was usually perceived as sign of social advancement on the part of a Hutu man. I got to say that there is truth to that, right? Apparently, though, watching the white man marry Tutsi women, maybe Hutu men were lured into being attracted to and occasionally establishing long-term sexual relationships with those women, widely reputed by Europeans to be more beautiful than Hutus. And those women, of course, enjoyed that designation, except that when the crisis hit, nobody knew what to expect. The unanticipated outbreak of Hutu-Tutsi violence in Burundi, which targeted Hutu intellectual males and left largely uneducated mothers and orphans, helpless and hopeless, left indelible scars in the hearts of the latter. It was incomprehensible how people who until yesterday were best friends, we saw it from Professor Lapkin's presentation, sharing from the same straw, right? It was inviting each other to share a meal and a conversation. People who offered each other daughters in marriage could turn against each other overnight, allegedly, because of fabricated ethnic differences. So countless of Hutu people, especially males in powerful positions, those in high ranks in the army, civil servants, businessmen, the clergy, as well as university and secondary students, were brutally arrested, some in front of their wives and children, and taken to jail, where they died from atrocious deaths and were buried in mass graves, stripped of any human dignity. And at home, the wives were left hopeless, helpless, and confused, kicked out of their homes without anywhere to take their children. And most tragic was the fact that they were not allowed to mourn their loved one's death, as they were falsely accused of high treason and framed as what we call abamenja in my language, which means traitors. So here I want to say something a bit about framing. So in non-technical terms, framing has been defined as the process by which people develop a particular conceptualization of an issue or reorient their thinking about an issue. I got to mention that usually framing really mainly applies to women, and I don't know why, but it also mainly applies to widows. So if you are a widow of 1972, you are framed as a wife of Mumenja. If you are a widow of to AIDS, you are framed also as untouchable. So it keeps happening to widows. But in Burundi, then, this framing notion was dangerous because it implied a lot of things. It implied that you could lose all your property, and whoever was framed as a Mumenja could be killed. So this is how a father who is an expert on Burundian culture defines the framing of Umumenja. So Umumenja comes from the verb kumenja, which means to revolt against one's king or ruler, to be found guilty of a crime of lèse majesty. So the word Umumenja means rebellious or rebel, and it can also mean regicide. In fact, it's simple fact that in the traditional Burundi, that such people should be put to death. This is my translation, of course. And it is in that context that this paper was conceived with the purpose of rehabilitating the dignity of the widows of 1972 who have been, and their children who have been framed until today, and I'm sure it stays in their mind as the wife and child of Umumenja, which came with a lot of risks. Because among those risks was the fact that they could not mourn their dead. So in his bachelor's thesis, Mr. Ndihokugayo described the problem for these women, these victims, as this. The families of victims had to behave as if everything was normal. No burials or mourning. Everything was as if the people who were executed were a disgrace for the family. It should be highlighted that it was strictly forbidden to cry for victims. It was decreed. It is forbidden to cry for an Umumenja. Whoever cries is himself considered an Umumenja. This is what these women endured that perhaps widows of the other crises did not endure. Dying Umumenja meant that the widows could not claim any property or money left by their husbands because they were accused of treason. It also meant that the children were viewed as offspring of Abamenja, inherited the label of their father. Now, as the rare women whose testimonies were captured in the Patrick Hajandi's documentary film relate, the surviving widows and children endured unfathomable pain, shame, and misery. And those who prevailed duly deserve to be held as heroes, yes, as lionesses, which is the main purpose of my presentation. So to provide, because of time, to provide a little bit of the description of the widows and the unanticipated downfall of interethnic marriages, I'll say this. The widows of 1972 come from both ethnic groups, Hutus and Tutsis. As the testimonies in Hajandi's documentary highlighted, throughout Burundian history, Hutu and Tutsi people coexisted peacefully, and interethnic marriages were a common occurrence. Education plays some role in this type of marriage because very few women had access to formal education during the colonial and post-independence era. The reason for that was that not very many parents were willing to send their daughters to school. Some mothers feared that their daughters would learn bad behavior and bring shame to the family, and others kept their daughters home to help with household chores and groom them for early marriage. That's really what was the problem. These women, went to marry early. Actually, for the woman, I think it was 18 years of age. Maybe some people could marry younger. Now, ethnically, whereas three interethnic marital unions were observed, different wives handled the 1972 crisis differently. Some widows handled the situation heroically, others were completely shattered, others were plain cruel, but these ones I'm not talking about today. This paper pays homage to the brave women who, despite the many hurdles they went through, succeeded to fulfill their husbands' last wishes by protecting and raising the children to maturity. Because according to one testimony in that film, when the husband would be taken away, they would see people coming to take them away. The last word he would tell his wife would be "Uranderera," meaning look after my children. So now let me see if. So here are some interethnic and intra-ethnic unions that happened. So there was, first of all, the Hutu man, Hutu wife union. These, were the normal thing, especially among average families, not too, when the man was an average man, not highly educated or, distinguished. But then there was the Hutu man, Tutsi wife union. These ones were very common among wealthy men and highly educated men because of what I said, how they were perceived. Then there was the Tutsi man, Hutu woman wife union. These ones were rare, but they could happen. For example, a Tutsi man could marry a Hutu woman from a good family or with a job. You know, it was like to marry up, so to speak, but they were rare. And then there was the Tutsi man, Tutsi woman union, which was, you know, just the norm as it was expected. Yes. Now, these units which were formed without any anticipation of ethnic rivalries, they proved to be problematic when the population turned against each other in 1972 and the years that followed. And the crisis created 3 different types of widows whose experiences of and responses to the crisis varied. For example, and it also depended on where they were. So in predominantly Tutsi neighborhoods, Hutu women married to Hutu men, it was really, they went through the worst because some of them would be burned together alive in the house. But Tutsi women married to Hutu men, there were 2 possibilities. There were some Tutsi women who really would be loyal to their men, but there were also some Tutsi women who would betray their men. So there will be that. But normally, a wife swears loyalty to the husband. But when it came to those rivalries, things happened, atrocious things happened. So in predominantly Tutsi neighborhoods, the Tutsi women really who stood by their men, they were disowned most of the time, and they had to go back to the villages and live with their children and live with, because the children were claimed to be children of Momenja, so they had to go back and start the new life with their in-laws, the Hutu in-laws. But then there were, in the Hutu-dominant neighborhoods, it was quite interesting because when a Hutu woman married to a Hutu man, the Hutu man could be killed, yes, because they would come to get him, but normally she wouldn't lose her property. She would stay on the property because they lived in the villages. And for the Tutsi, interestingly, the Tutsi woman married to a Hutu, most of the time, the Tutsi woman would stand by the Hutu man and protect and organize his escape. So those ones, and maybe later on when peace came back, you know, the men would return. But the problem happened in the ethnically mixed metropolitan areas, which is where really these educated men in big positions, they had amassed a lot of wealth, a lot of properties, cars, and everything. And in those cases, that was really difficult because that's where betrayal happened. For example, they would come and take the Hutu man and all the properties gone with them. The Tutsi women would denounce where their husbands are hiding so that they could come and take him so they could inherit the property with their families. So it is mainly in the metropolitan areas that really the pain was felt. And these women who were used to life in plenty, luxury, had to go back and to their villages, sleep on the mat, children have no bread, grow jiggers and lice. It was quite something. But these mothers, they stood by their children, tried to raise their children despite the difficulties. And I got to tell you, the adjustment was not easy, but also they had some life dilemmas. I told you these women were beautiful, they were young, and they missed their husbands. So at times, they would come men with advances to these women, but unfortunately, because they were framed as wives of Abamenja, they would just exploit them and not marry them most of the time. And sometimes they would be perceived as, loose women when actually people did not try to understand their story. Now, in a nutshell, that's really the conversation I had prepared for us today, but many of the conclusions that really I found quite worth sharing. because this reflection has perhaps provided basis to believe that the still living widows and orphans of the 1972 have unhealed traumas and wounds caused not only by the inhumane and tragic deaths of their husbands and fathers, but also by the fact that they were not allowed to bury, grieve, or mourn their loved one. It must pain the mothers to see children of the age of their own successful, when their own children experience a difficult childhood. Some widows may feel the double pain of seeing on a daily basis the authors of the death of their loved ones happily and remorselessly living in the properties that were once theirs. These women deserve empathy and justice. Their humanity needs to be restored and their husbands' stolen properties restituted. At the very least, current governments should put together mechanisms for helping these victims have closure on their loved ones and be cleared of the wife or child of major stain. History has it that the offspring of the killed Hutu fathers were subject of a Tutsi organized massacre plot in 1995, while at the University of Burundi, falsely suspected of plotting revenge on the killed fathers. So some managed to flee, but many perished. The government in power should have the courage to apologize to these victims for the pains and suffering that were inflicted to them by the 1972 regime. The prevailing practice of impunity in Burundi needs to stop, and the authors of atrocious crimes against innocent people should be translated to justice and pay for the crime they have committed. Finally, prevention is better than cure. The government needs to devise and implement restorative peace education, which should begin with facing history and owning the mistakes. In schools from early age, children need to be taught about the old values of humanity, peaceful coexistence and friendship that characterized neighbors and co-workers regardless of one's ethnic affiliation. The terrible Hutu-Tutsi colonial legacy needs to be revisited and dismantled. The good old days when a child grew up being taught about the history of the clan and the lineage she or he belonged to should be rehabilitated, and the Hutu-Tutsi distinction that were instituted by colonial administrations as their divide and conquer tactic should be completely eradicated. That's my presentation.
Thank you. It's like perfect timing. Because of the way time is running, what we're going to do is, if you have questions, put them in the chat and the question and answer, and then we'll get them to you, and
yes,
do it that way. And then thank you. What an amazing presentation. I learned so much. I love it, the way you storytell and you mix all that together. And thank you so much. Hope we can have other conversations later, because I've enjoyed you the whole conference, your comments, and your presentation. And at that time, again, yes, somebody said thank you. Very, very, very impressive. Excellent. Brava. Some of the comments that are in the chat. And so I would like to now pass the mic to Chi to introduce our next speaker.
Will you ask her to unshare the screen?
Yes.
Oh,
sure.
yes. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Chelo Zonaeze. I'm a professor in the English department. I have the honor to introduce our featured speaker today, Professor Leonce Ndikumana. Professor Leonce Ndikumana is a distinguished professor of economics and director of the African Development Policy Program at the Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. He is a member of the Independent Commission for the Reform of International Corporate Taxation and former member of the United Nations Committee on Development Policy. He is an honorary professor of economics at the University of Cape Town and the University of Stellenbosch in South Africa. Please help me to welcome our featured speaker, Professor Leonce Ndikumana.
Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I have, unfortunately, yesterday I was not able to follow the presentations. I only listened to the keynote speech by Mamdani. Then I had to run to teach, to work. Yeah, we have to work. That's the problem. But today I was really able to enjoy all the presentations. It's amazing. I want to congratulate Janine and team for the amazing job in putting together such an impressive group of presenters. I'm not an expert on anything that has been discussed, but so you would wonder why do I end up here? The reason is that Janine asked me, and of course, for those who know Janine, I had no choice when she asked me, so I said yes. In Burundi, you don't say no to your sister's request. It doesn't happen. You can try. But also, I have been following from a distance the work she has been doing and her colleagues in really expanding the work on the research on genocide, the context of genocide, the implications, and so on. And I think this is a big investment in knowledge, but also with a lot of policy implications. I think, as you will use, I don't have to tell you that conflicts are still part of our lives. So therefore, it's important to understand why those phenomena happen and how to prevent them if we can. So in my presentation, I will not be sharing with you any personal stories, although I could. But I'll draw on my experience from having grown in a country that has had more than its fair share of conflicts. As my sister Immaculée has done this very moving presentation, I'm sure we could have given her 2 weeks and she would have plenty of things to say. But also my presentation is about my work as an academic interested in the issue of conflict and post-conflict peace building, as well as a policy student, having done policy, worked in the policy world. And this is something that policymakers struggle a lot. The framing I'm going to use is going beyond I'm not going to talk about any cases, but I want to expand our analysis to include an institutional perspective. Because conflicts, genocide, these are things that happen to real human beings and are perpetuated by real human beings. And many times I think the default is to put all the burden on the individuals, whether they are the victims, whether they are the perpetrators. They are the ones who suffer. They are the ones who commit the crimes. And in the end, society pretends as if then it's the role of the victims and the perpetrators to find a solution, end the crimes, to end the war, and to end the genocide, and to recover from. So you will hear people say, why can't people just live peacefully together? why can't just people learn to live together? Why can't people trust each other? And so what the presentation I want to give here is to invite us to reflect in a broader perspective and say what kind of institutional context facilitate that kind of peace building, reconciliation through and what is the role of state institutions or the state? Because I keep telling people who say, why is it that people cannot learn to live each other? Why to live with each other? Why don't people learn to love each other? I live in Amherst, Massachusetts. It's probably one of the most peaceful places in the world, except my village in Burundi. And in this country, in this place, I can leave my door. I do leave my door open. I leave my cars outside and nobody touches them. It's not because my neighbors are saints. We love each other, but that's not the point. The point is, we both know that if anything happened to my car, everybody would be responsible and somebody would hold them responsible. So it's not about people loving each other. It's not about people being saints. It's about the environment they live in is such that there are clear rules of engagement among individuals, and those rules of engagement are also enforced, in which case I don't need to care whether you are red or white or blue and so on, or you love me. I don't care. You will respect me, you respect my property, you respect my family, and so on. So that's for me, the reason why we need to think about institutions, the state, and what it plays in terms of rebuilding societies after conflict and building peace. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me put that one, see how it looks. Okay, so what do you see?
PowerPoint.
A PowerPoint, very good. You see a PowerPoint. If you see a PowerPoint, that's what you should be seeing. Okay, so here we go. So my talk is about trust as a prerequisite for building peace. And here I'm going to talk about the various dimensions of trust, not just the trust of, too fast. The trust of neighbors and countrymates. As I said before, conflicts are still part of our lives. This is a report from ACLED. They identified 11 conflicts to worry about, or 10 conflicts to worry about. That was before Ukraine. But the most important thing I wanted to point out is that if you count the number of countries that are involved by those major conflicts, 6 are in Africa, so 50%. So Africa has had its fair share of conflicts over the past decades. I had other data, but I decided not to dwell on that. Everybody knows that it's an issue in Africa. This is a very interesting statement from one of the academics that works on conflict. He says, it's not how the past dictates the present, but how the present manipulates the past that is decisive. This is about trying to understand what causes conflict, why conflicts arise. And there is a temptation that, especially in the West, especially when conflicts happen in the South, in the global South, to think that conflicts are just an outcome of madness. These Africans are just animals; they just kill each other. If you take that as the framework that conflict are just sudden eruptions of madness arising from age-old hatred among ethnic groups, that the Hutus and Tutsis will hate each other all the time because they have always hated each other. You have heard that before. In that case, that means that we cannot do anything. If ethnic groups go in, start conflict because they naturally, inherently hate each other, then you can just pray and hope that God will do something, in which case there's nothing a human being can do. But if instead you think that there is method in the madness, in the sense that there are clear mechanisms that lead a country to move from an apparent peaceful state to conflict, then you can understand the mechanisms and the factors that lead to conflict and try to do something about that to deter the occurrence of conflict by acting on the factors and drivers of conflict. When we think about conflicts, there are two key factors that we emphasize. One is what we call the underlying factors that are part of society, part of the structure of the society, which, when you look at conflicts, end up being part of what is the makeup of the conflict. It could be ethnic groups, could be religion, language, and all that. But those are part of all societies. So you can't say that ethnicity is a cause of conflict, because otherwise all countries would be in conflict. You can't say that different languages, the difference in languages is a cause of conflict, because all countries will be in conflicts. Even the US has more than one language. Anyway, but what matters is then what ignites the conflict. What ignites the conflict is what we call trigger factors. What causes those underlying factors to become mechanisms and vehicles of conflict is something really, really bad happens at a particular time, and it gets manipulated, utilized, instrumentalized by political entrepreneurs who want to advance their own interest. A bad election, a natural disaster, and then conflict happens, because then the politicians, the political entrepreneurs will have identified the weak points of the society that they can exploit to foment crisis. In this talk, I'm going to focus on the role of trust in the state in post-conflict building. I'm not going to talk so much about why conflicts happen. I'm going to talk about cases where the situation where the conflicts have happened and countries are trying to rebuild after conflict. So in terms of thinking about conflict, the transition from conflict to peace building, one thing we need to emphasize first is that the recovering from conflict is not the same as re-establishing the pre-conflict conditions, because those conditions could actually be part of the reasons why a country went to war, went into conflict. So, for example, my colleagues have talked about countries that have had conflict, Ethiopia, Burundi, and so on. So the idea is that when the war ends, we don't want to recreate the same social structures that existed before. A country that was led by a monolithic army, you don't want another monolithic army to rule over the country, because you're only delaying other conflicts. And many times conflicts arise because of alienation, exclusion, certain groups feeling not associated in the power structure. So they are trying to advocate for their rights because they are not being listened to. So they end up going in the bush and taking the arms and so on. So in the end, the way you structure the institution after conflict matters a lot, especially what kind of power sharing arrangements are put in place to ensure that those who lost the war, or who may not even have participated in the war, even whether they are minorities or minorities, will be protected. So winning the war is one thing. The most difficult thing is how do you preserve the peace after the war has ended? And one of the things that is very, very fundamental is justice. How do you do justice? How do you give justice to people who were discriminated against, who were oppressed, who were violated, whose rights were violated? So transitional justice is paramount. And many times the problem is that people do not want to talk about it. But you cannot heal a problem, a disease, unless you talk about it. So telling the story about the conflict, the genocide, the killings, and finding a way to understand who was responsible for what is one way to begin healing. And again, as I said, it's politically demanding, it's uncomfortable, but that's the only way you're going to move ahead. Then there's the big issue of security and stability in post-conflict settings. One of the biggest challenges is how to build a national army that's depoliticized, that is responsible for security of everybody, not just their own ethnic groups, and that is a big issue. So the challenges faced by states in post-conflict countries are manifold, but the literature emphasizes four main challenges. One is how to manage and rebuild the economy. The second is how to manage and rebuild a political system that is inclusive, that everybody would find that they are associated with, and how to rebuild social cohesion. How do you rebuild a society where everybody respects everybody? And how do you run a public administration that's competent and efficient? That forces us to think about development in different lanes, where the state plays a primordial role. One is the responsibility to generate what I call the peace dividend. Because during conflict, people lose a lot, and some people lose lives, but even those who are saved, they have lost their wealth, they have lost their income, their job opportunities. So everybody has high expectations about better life after conflict, which we call the peace dividend. That's how you empower the people to believe that I'm a citizen, I have something into this enterprise of development. That development has to be inclusive. That way you can ensure that every citizen feels that what's being built in the country is built in for me, for my future generations. Therefore, I own the national assets. Otherwise, in a country, for example, where there is a lot of inequality in terms of asset ownership or income ownership, then it means that some people feel alienated. What belongs to the state is not mine. One of the reasons why conflicts happen is when groups are alienated from benefiting from the resources of the country, and therefore they feel that they can, the only way they're going to get a share is to go fight. The secession wars you have seen in many countries, the Congo from the 70s, and even now there are always these tensions. The state has to be able to regulate the economy, legislate, and enforce the law so that everybody feels safe. Security is paramount. Then the state has to protect all citizens and consolidate social cohesion so that there is trust that's underlying the structure of the society and the relationships between the state and the people. And that's where I'm going to spend the rest of the talk. So what's the role of the state, of trust? And here we're talking about trust at two dimensions. There is horizontal trust. It's trust among the people, among the citizen, but there is also vertical trust. It's trust between the people. It's trust of the people vis-a-vis the state and vice versa. So what is trust? At the macro level, we're talking about political trust, which is defined as a basic evaluative orientation towards the government, founded on how well the government is operating according to the people's normative expectations. Trust in government is distinct but interrelated with social capital, which are shown next, and interpersonal trust. So here we're talking about how the people, the citizens view the state. Is the state delivering on my expectations? I expect to have a better life. I expect to be safe. I expect to park my car in the parking lot and find it there. That's when I'm going to trust the state institution. Now, there are different ways to think about that relationship between the state and the public. One is, from a rational perspective, as a citizen, there are things I expect the government to do that advance my rights. So me having a job, secure job, me having my assets protected. But there is also a more psychological aspect of that has to do with, do I see the government being fair? Mm. Is this an ethical institutional environment where everybody is respected, everybody is given a chance? Because it could be that I feel that my needs are served, I'm going to school, but I feel uncomfortable by the fact that my co-citizens are being neglected, in which case I'm not going to give a high mark to the government. So there is both the rational individualistic aspect of trust, but also there is the psychological, the more altruistic dimension of trust. Now, at the micro level, we're talking about social trust, which is the citizens' confidence in each other as members of community. The point of my presentation is that the two are not separate. The two are related. You cannot expect the people to trust each other when they do not trust the state, because the state is the guardian of the enforcement of the relationship between the citizens, so that those relationships are respectful, accountable, and any violation of the people's rights is going to be handled accordingly. So the two dimensions are very, very related. So why do we care about trust? We care about trust because I'm talking about post-conflict peace building. Trust comes at both levels. In, first of all, understanding why conflicts happen. As I told you, conflicts happen when there are underlying factors of conflict that could generate conflict. People have talked about poverty, that poverty generates conflict because people who are poor don't have anything to protect, so you give them a gun, they're going to shoot. People talk about ethnicity, ethnic diversity or fractionalization, all those natural resources. But I submit that none of those directly causes conflict. They are going to be as vehicles of conflict if the environment, the institutional environment has lost the control of the economy, of society, of the institutions, and has alienated the people. So, and that means when the people feel that the state has no more capacity or willing to protect them, advance their own interests, then they take the matters in their own hands. And that's why here we say that the trust provides a causal link between the underlying social economic conditions and opposition to the government, meaning violence. It is through the impact of individuals' orientation to the state, their trust in the government, that factors such as poverty explain conflict. So a country that has a large number of poor people is not necessarily going to be a violent country, not going to experience violence. But when people feel miserable, alienated, and they believe that the government has abandoned them, they can't trust the government, they will try to do anything, including violence. So trust, or the lack of it, has shown to be associated with onset of conflict, the inability to negotiate peace settlement, and to sustain peace. That's why we care about trust. We also care about trust because it comes at the end of after the conflict in terms of facilitating or not facilitating peace building. At the end of the conflict, we hope that peace is established and consolidated and the economy recovers. But that requires a capable state. What do we mean by a capable state? A capable state is a state that's able to accomplish its main functions, including running the economy, running the judiciary, so that is peace, mediating social conflicts at the individual level, but of course, enforcing the sovereignty of the state, of the nation in terms of territorial sovereignty. That's very important. When a state has those capacities, it's likely to generate, to benefit from trust from the public, and that will facilitate peace consolidation because people will believe in what the states say because it has demonstrated effectiveness. Otherwise, people will say, "Oh, we have heard you say that, but we never saw the evidence." So trust is important because it fosters cognitive mobilization of support towards public officials, organizations, and political institutions by the local population and motivate commitment. This is very important. A government does not develop a country. I keep repeating that. A government guides the public towards development by designing policies, implementing policies. But when the public does not trust the state, they will not cooperate. They will not buy into the political, the policies being proposed by the state, which means that the capacity to implement the policies depends on whether people believe that that government is actually working for me. They trust the government. When they propose a policy, they rally behind the policy, and the policy will succeed. In a sense, delivery on policies buys you trust. But if you don't have the trust, you won't deliver because the people will not cooperate, will not support the government's initiatives. So if people distrust the state, they are less likely to endorse reform plans. They will be less inclined to comply with the state rules and regulations, and may uphold support for challenges of state authority. It means that they will rally behind opposition and even rebellion as opposed to the state. So the people must trust the state. And trust will come from demonstration that the government, the state provides what the public needs. Public services, the economy is booming. Yeah, we'll say, we see you. The public will trust the state if it empowers the public, that instead of dictating what they want to do, they work with the public. The public expresses their needs and their views, and the state implements them. The state protects the public security, and this is very important. The state humanized. This is very important, especially if you draw on the presentations that have been made before, because one of the things that happens during conflict is people are dehumanized. Remember the presentation from my sister who just finished talking. Widows who are meant to believe that they are responsible for their misery, that their husbands were traitors, and therefore they have no rights. They can't even mourn their husbands. In a situation like that, why would you expect a people who have been dehumanized to go and rally behind policies enacted by a government that's dehumanizing them? It won't happen. So in addition to the material development goods and services that government needs to provide, a post-conflict country needs to gain confidence and trust from the people who have been dehumanized during conflict. And that's the only way you can leverage their energy, their human capital, their financial capital to build the state. Now there are two-way relationship between the effectiveness of the government in doing all those achieving those objectives, in the sense that a government that achieves the objective is going to be trusted, but a government that's trusted is also going to have an easier way of achieving its objectives. So the state must demonstrate that they have the concern of the people. We have you, we hear you, we hear your pain, your misery, and we are here to advance your interest. Trust in the government is an evolutionary process. In the beginning, it's going to be very tough. Many times you have seen that in countries that come out of conflict, the governments that come into power are made of former rebel leaders, and some people associate them with the war. So it's going to take time, but by delivery, by showing empathy with those who suffered from the war, initially it's going to be hard, but in the end, governments may begin to score points vis-a-vis trust, and then over time, trust will consolidate. So the other last point is about trust is path development, is path dependence, in the sense that memories can be long. A government that has oppressed you will have a hard time convincing you that they have changed. And that's important. Why we need to think about what kind of institutional mechanisms are needed, what kind of institutional engineering is needed at the end of the war to demonstrate that the era is new, that we are engaging in a new era, that the institutions that oppressed you are no longer there. We are brand new institutions that are working for everybody. So after conflict, the nations that are trying to rebuild are facing a dual challenge. One is to develop trust in the new post-conflict state, which may look different from the old one. They may be new, they don't know how to do things, they have a different ethnic makeup, regional makeup, religious makeup. So how do they develop trust from the public? The second is taking out those nightmarish memories of people who have suffered from conflict, like these widows who have gone through nightmarish months and years. How do you convince them that now times are different, that they can trust the state, that they can trust the administrator of their commune? That, for example, I said I was going to talk about my personal experience, but anyway, just to illustrate this point, in my area in 1972, one of the during the mass killings of Hutu civilians, one technique that was used in my area was the administrator called all male adults for a meeting, a forum, as they normally do during peacetime, and it was called a pacification meeting, and that's when they rounded up adult male and shoot them. So in this case, people have that in their mind. So if you say, come join into a government initiative, how do they know that it's their own interest? Or is that a trap? Because in this case, it was a trap. So if you had the experience of a government that put their own people in a trap to kill them, how do you, at the end, believe what they're telling you? Or is it just a reenaction of the past? So trust, again, has two dimensions. There's a trust. The people must trust the state must trust the people, and the people will trust the people. So there is an interlinked micro-macro dimensions of trust, in the sense that trust in the state is what nurtures horizontal intergroup trust. I told you my neighbors, I trust them, but actually I trust them because I trust the state. They are not listening to me, so that's fine. but also this trust, which I derive from this trust of my neighbors, which I derive from the fact that I trust the state, is going to help me consolidate the trust to the state, because I believe that we, the neighbors, we are in together for the same cause, which is well-being of everybody else. So that's what allows you to create an environment for peace, because everybody now feels invested in peace, because the state is there for me, my neighbors are there for me, everybody benefits from peace, from this trust at both levels, and therefore you can have an environment for consolidating the peace. So how does the state gain the trust from the people? Do you remember this thing that called, is the economy stupid? No, it's not the economy smart. It can't just be the economy. Because you can think that, oh, because conflict countries lose so much, the economies are devastated. If you just come in and build the economy is booming, you're creating growth and building roads and schools and so on, you have the trust of the people. I say, maybe not enough. You may need to do more. I can give you just, sorry, I'm an economist. I'm going to give you 2 illustrations. If it was true that all you need is to deliver on the economy, then you would say, if you have good economic outcomes, you would have trust to the people. This graph says on the horizontal axis is the inflation rate. On the vertical axis is the percentage, the extent to which people trust the president, the government. The further to the right is bad because you have high inflation. The higher up is good because you are trusting the president. But how come in a country that has, Mauritius has very reasonable, very low inflation rate, 4% in Africa, everybody can pay anything to get that. So why don't they trust the government in Mauritius? And in Tanzania, they have very high inflation rate, but they actually trust the government. I don't know. One thing is, it's not just about inflation. The Tanzanians probably like their government for other things they are doing. The Mauritians don't like the government because of other things they're doing, and probably because Mauritius is developed, well-educated, and so on. People are very critical of what the government is doing. So we can't just say, deliver on low inflation and you'll be trusted. Deliver on high growth and you'll be trusted. Same thing here. You have this is poverty and trust. Once again, why would a country with such high level of poverty trust the president? And why would Mauritius and Morocco not trust the government? Because they have very low inflation. Again, there are other things they don't see in what the government is doing. So it can't just be money, can't just be growth, can't just be inflation. And if I had another session to present, I would talk about why this matters, for example, for aid, development, international aid, that when you intervening in post-conflict countries, you just don't throw money on conflict and you have the outcome. No, there are much more deeper issues on the human, social side, emotional, psychological side, which can't be bought by money, and those who have to address them. So then I'm telling you, you can't just grow the economy and have trust. So what do? One is dealing with a tragic past. Because many times there's a temptation that when the guns stop, when you sign the peace accord, you say, done, we have finished the war, we have finished the conflict, let's move on. Give me money, I build the roads, I build the bridges, and I build the schools, and we keep going. I tell you, it won't work. You need the wisdom to learn the truth, to listen to people, to tell you individual and collective stories, to teach the people about what happened, and then you can heal and have closure. Do not try to bury the truth, because the truth is really, even if you bury it, never rot. I mean, it's very stubborn. Again, that was the last time I'm going to talk about my experience. I happened to be from a place in Burundi that probably was the worst hit, and the psychology of the people is so painful. Let's not talk about it. Let's just move on. It's easier to forget it. It was bad. It was a nightmare. We go. The problem is that it comes to haunt you if you don't acknowledge it. And it's not easy, but because it's not easy doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. So that's one. The other is, as I said, the state has a big challenge of demonstrating that they are committed to change. That's not about the rhetoric, it's not about the words, not about the speeches, that they are really want to move forward in a better country with better institutions, with better respect of human rights and all that. But still, you will need to feed the people. It's going to be very hungry. A hungry stomach doesn't have good ears. Okay? You have to give people a reason for hope by building an economy that delivers the goodies for everybody, that's inclusive. So for example, I want to illustrate this. One of the problems with post-conflict countries is high unemployment of the youth. And generally, I have been saying that for Africa, probably the biggest challenge that all countries have is the unemployment of the youth. And now a new form of youth unemployment, the unemployment of the bachelor's degree holders. It's scary to think about people who can read, understand, interpret things, who have no hope. I lived I was in Tunisia when the Arab Spring started, and we all know that the biggest driver of that revolution was youth, Tunisian young people, some of them with 2-3 degrees, with no hope of ever finding a job, ever having a life. The person who ignited the whole thing was this college graduate who was vending his fruits, and the police ransacked it, and he said, "What's the point of living?" He tortured himself. So post-conflict countries have the challenge of demonstrating to the people that they have something to hope for, and therefore they should go behind the government program and rebuild the country. Political legitimacy, accountability, and representation. A state that people have to look in the state as if they are looking in the mirror and see themselves. If they don't, they won't believe it. Civic engagement is probably the most visible demonstration that the government is committed to change, is legitimate, and is willing to listen. Because many times you'll see that when states close in to become authoritarian, the first thing they do is suppress the media, suppress the civil society. So if you wanted to say, is this government serious about inclusive development, participatory development? Ask them, do you have a free press? Do you have a free civil society organizations? That would be one way to see whether they actually believe it. So that's what I want to say. Now I'm leaving you. Again, I told you I'm a teacher. I'm going to leave you with the homework. It's due on Monday. Name a post-conflict state you know of that, according to you, is on track towards consolidating trust in the state among the people. How would you rate it along the matrix on the previous slide? Thank you so much. I like the clapping when people are on mute, because I hear them like loudly.
Mute.
Thanks everybody for listening. It's hard to
Thank
talk
you.
to do the last presentation because people are already tired and yeah.
There's a question in the question and answer.
Okay, so
Read it. I can read it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Isn't there also a danger in trusting the state too much? What is the role of a critical stance vis-a-vis the state? A stance that holds the state to account, that makes the state earn and maintain the trust of the people?
That's a fantastic question. Remember, there's a slide where I say trust development is an evolutionary process. The state cannot take the people for granted. And the people cannot be too naive, because we're talking about states which also have their own interests. A government has their own interests. It's made of politicians who have their own interests. They have their different time horizons and so on. So that's when I said rules of accountability, systems of accountability, systems of check and balances are paramount, because a government can say, oh, last year they gave me an A and they gave me a stamp of approval so I can go and do whatever I want. No. It's a constant evaluation of what the state is doing. And it's important that that trust is based on evidence, of demonstrated evidence of commitment to change by the government. The government is never done changing. The government is never done proving itself vis-a-vis the public.
Thank you. And I see Dr. Ize's hand is up.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ndikumana. This is a mind-blowing lecture, and I love everything you say. So, just as we are talking about trust, you made something that struck me, that made me begin to think about the experience of various countries in Africa. I'm interested in particular in the role of Nelson Mandela in the post-conflict South Africa. And while you were talking about how the state humanizes, I thought that perhaps that's also one of the things that that made him stand out. That even though many South Africans, are criticizing him for not having taken drastic action to better the government, but I interpret him as, first of all, humanizing the people, so making those who have been dehumanized for centuries, making them believe that they are human, and creating conditions for trust among people, as you stated, trust on the micro level and then trust on the macro level. So this is just a general comment, but I'm also wondering whether you could comment on that. And also, if one compares his country to the neighboring countries, Zimbabwe. So Robert Mugabe, had also to some degree some trust, but I think that his own trust was based on was completely different. He approached. He extracted trust from people through another means, by making them always believe that he was fighting on their behalf, and by relying excessively on this anti-imperialist rhetoric. So, and even while their economy was not booming, they still trusted him. So this is just thoughts that came to my mind, and I was wondering whether you could comment on these states, on these issues and personalities.
Thank you very much. I think your illustration of the case of Mandela is right on the money, because I think he understood that, first of all, he was a student of history, so he understood his history of his country very, very well. That people had not just been excluded from the economic system, but they have been meant to believe and to be seen as subhumans, as second-class citizens, as people who don't belong there. And the concern was, how do you rebuild a community after the end of that system, where the dehumanizers and the dehumanized are going to be living together? Because they have to live together, they have to go to work together, they have to go to school together. And I think that's one of the things that helped him was to take a very long view of the solution. Because he understood it was a very deep problem, he understood it won't be solved in one go, that you have to find a system that is going to evolve eventually, where the Black people are going to feel more comfortable, are going to have more say in the system over time, that you can't just change the whole system and reverse the ownership structure. But also the fact that he was courageous enough to confront history and say, let's look at the history ourselves. Let's look ourselves in the mirror and see what did we do to ourselves, to our fellow citizens. So truth and reconciliation. Many times, many people, when this idea was proposed, they said, "Oh no, you're going to create a civil war. You're going to undo everything you have accomplished." But he proceeded with Bishop Desmond Tutu doing a fantastic job. But we also know that there's still major issues in South Africa in terms of social cohesion, xenophobia, and all that. So it's an unfinished job. The third thing I want to say is that all those things will work if you have a leader. You know, Mandela could have said, I suffered 27 years, now I'm going to build mansions in every city, I'm going to build wealth, and I'm going to just do like everybody else. South Africa would be a completely different place. Or he could have said, I'm the ANC leader, I don't care about anybody else who is not in ANC. The country will be completely different. And when you now look at the case of Zimbabwe, I think, again, I still remember when I was in high school, Mugabe was an icon of anti-colonialism struggle. He had great ideas. But then I think when you don't have a strategy on how you exit from power, power corrupts and will corrupt absolutely. And I think that's because I think my sense is that Mandela felt that he had done what he wanted to do. And before he even went in, prepared his exit. Many times our leaders do not have an exit strategy because they don't even think about exiting. They come in, they want to stay. And when you do that, basically, in the beginning, you may be successful, but then you begin to erode everything you have done before because the trust of the people begins to erode. Because you say you're building the economy, people say, oh, I know. You see, he's only building his own wealth, the wealth of his own people. So that's the idea of evolutionary trust building, two-way relationship. It's a work in progress. Thanks a lot. I see.
We have another question. Yep, Dr. Kubai.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please unmute yourself. Please, can you please? Oh, yeah. You still on mute. Yes. Finally. Oh, there's an echo. There's an echo. When you speak, there is an echo and we can't hear you. No, it's not working.
Can you type your question in the Q&A and maybe?
Yeah, can you type your question and then I can answer the question. In the meantime, we can take somebody else. I don't know. Can you type the question?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So there was a comment, but Mugabe was killing tens of thousands of Zimbabweans in Madabila land from the beginning of his very long time in office. He was totally partisan.
Yeah, that again, leadership. I think leadership matters. And many times, I think bad leaders have a hard time hiding their bad side because it will always emerge. And the longer they stay in power, the worse it gets. Because again, it's not about advancing the interest of the people and the economy as a whole, the country as a whole. It's their own egomaniac and sectarian interests. So, yeah. Let's see if. Okay.
Okay, you
I
go
see
first.
Dr.
I said,
Ibrahim
yeah.
I see both Dr. Terregeza and Dr. Ibrahima's hand up. So
okay,
go first.
Chris is there too. I will.
So who is going first?
I said to go first. That's Carol.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this enlightening presentation. Really, I've learned so much from it. But I know that I've gathered you're an economist, right? We're definitely talking about development and reflecting about Africa and our policies. We cannot really avoid international policies and their hand in pretty much, development or even state formation, right? So whenever we talk about government in Africa, we talk about good governance, all those sorts of amazing things. I usually have a hard time really grappling with the issue of sovereign African states. I know we are sovereign, but how sovereign are we if we cannot really decide and take on our economy? Because it's so, almost every sub-Saharan country depends on the money from IMF and World Bank.
Mm-hmm.
How do we really manage this in terms of state building, economic development, or, you name it pretty much? How independent are we even to think and talk about leadership? I just want to hear what you think of it. And I know that it's not something we can answer in the short minute that we have, but yeah.
Yeah, I know that's a fantastic question. I think that's something we struggle with in all dimensions, whether it is about economic development, political systems, civil society, and so on. What kind of policy space do African countries have, African states have, in terms of designing their own institutions and implementing them so that they meet the needs of their countries, rather than serving the interest of outsiders? I think if you go back to the case of South Africa, one of the advantages of isolation was that South Africa did not depend on the IMF and the World Bank to give them money. And that's probably was a big, give them a lot of space in the way they design their post-apartheid economic systems. Whereas in the rest of our countries, they are so indebted to the rest of the world for everything they do that they have very little space to craft a system that actually caters for the needs of the people. They always need a stamp of approval by whoever, this Washington, Paris, Brussels, and name it, and now Beijing, and I think, yeah. So that makes that makes the solutions more complicated, because again, you don't have that leverage of sovereignty. Now, how do you get it? One, I can tell you that the world is not going to come one day and say, sorry, the West is not, sorry, we actually, we got it wrong. So we now have decided that it's better that we give you your freedom on a very nice diamond plate. It won't happen. So the question is, how do countries extract their sovereignty from the hands of the West, which really wants it? And the West is withholding that sovereignty, not because they do not like Africans, not because it's because it makes money. It makes money and it increases their clout in terms of military, political, economy, and all that. So again, that's when we have to try to understand, how do you generate indigenous forces of development, in different indigenous sources of development, starting from very simple things. That can we not raise more money than we can before we go to Washington and Paris and so on? This is something I keep giving a very simple example. In Amherst, a very small town, the majority of the resources comes from real estate tax, okay? If you go to African countries, they can't even tax the houses in the cities because they don't know where the house is. They don't have no number. Even if you want to pay your taxes, it's so hard to pay the tax that you give up, okay? So I think the challenge is to African states to try to develop their own capacities to achieve at least the potential they can before even they go abroad. Because it's easier for when ministers of finance do their budget, the first thing they think about where are we going to find the aid? I mean, can you not run a plan without aid? There was a time where Kenya under Moi had a dispute with the UK, and then the donors said, "Oh, we're not going to give you aid." If you look at the data during that year, the budget did not decline. Okay, they found the money internally. So I think it's a matter of creativity, lack of ingenuity, that it's so easy to go to the same old sources of funding. And now they say, okay, China is coming, it's going to give us money. China doesn't give you money for free either. So development funded primarily by the outside will not be sustainable. Everybody knows that. And unless you have a sustainable development program, it's very hard, impossible to have free political systems. Yeah.
Can I read Dr. Kubai's question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, she says, thanks for a very illuminating lecture. Now the freedom fighters became founding fathers. Then a generation later, people began to riot against oppression and marginalization, lack of trust. Then militants emerged and violence is widespread. Then the warlords and militia leaders take power and become leaders. Human beings don't change. How can we teach these people the rules of good governance, building trust, and building good institutions? They are militial in their heads and warlords. The case of South Sudan and Sudan is an example.
Yeah. Yeah, so I like somebody just pointed to the Kenya Revenue Authority, which has been quite good at raising revenue. That's another issue, another idea of institutional engineering, that you can do it if you just think more creatively. I think that's the point that Anne, and too bad she couldn't, her video, her audio was not working. The point she's raising is a fundamental point about how countries emerge from conflict and design institutions that actually lead the country towards peace. And it's about how do you design leadership? How does leadership emerge from people who were organized to fight the other people? When you are the head of a country, your job is not to fight the other people, it's to fight for everybody, okay? But when you are a rebel leader, you fight the other guys by all means. And I think many times rebel leaders have a hard time converting into national leaders because they keep in the mindset is about what's good for my group, what's good for my ethnic group, my region, and so on. And let me get back to these other people who oppressed me during their regime. And that's when you see rebel leaders coming into power. They do a wholesale reorganization of the government. They fire everybody, whether you know what you're doing or not. And I keep telling people that when I look at developed countries like the US and so on, presidents change, but technicians don't. Technicians, the ones who are actually doing the work, they remain the same, accountants, engineers, and all that. But in African countries, a new leader comes, and there goes everybody, from accountant to clerks, which means you never building human capital. You never building institutional memory. And merit is ignored for the sake of politics. If you're competent, I don't care. If you are not a member of the party, the winning party, you don't get anything. So I think, again, Africans have a choice. They can keep blaming the rest of the world, blaming the colonizers, blaming everybody else, until they decide that it's their job to do things differently. I still remember a former prime minister of Ethiopia once was giving a speech when I was still at the African Development Bank. He says, you know, us African leaders, I find ourselves amazing. He was being cynical. He said, we keep doing the same things over and over again, and we are surprised that things don't change. Yeah. If you keep doing the same thing, you get the same outcome. Yeah, I think the ball is in the camp of the Africans as leaders to do things differently, as citizens to put more pressure on the government to hold them accountable.
Yes, we have two more questions, if you don't mind engaging us for a little longer. Dr. Intergeza, see your hands. Do you want me to read the question first?
Let's go to the participants first. Thank you.
Her question will last 2 hours. That's
So this question says, your presentation feels like a blueprint. I'm interested in the building of post-conflict leaders who will lead the state. Yeah. Besides sifting through the very difficult histories, accountability, perspectives of historical events, etc., how can we hone in on leadership development that can work in specific cultural contexts?
Mm-hmm. Again, I think who is that? That's a fantastic question. I think she's or he is asking the central question to these issues.
Because Rebecca.
Rebecca. Okay, thanks, Rebecca. That's an amazing question. I think if we could invent a leader, we have solved all our problems. Because that doesn't mean that one person is going to, I want to be cautious here. I'm not saying that one person is going to change the whole world, because many times also there is this, we veer in the other direction, that some leaders come and people start worshiping them, and they think they have found the solution to all. You remember at the end of the 80s, there was this idea of the new generation of African leaders, and they thought that we have found all the issues. The problem is that they had invested in individual leaders as opposed to institutions. So a good leader is the one who comes and helps build institutions, because in the end, the leader's lifetime is limited, and the test for a good leader always is whether they live in the place people who are competent enough to perpetuate what they are doing. And many times my concern is that when I see countries, people I say they're doing very well, I'm saying, okay, who will be next if this person drops dead tomorrow? They say, No, a good leader becomes irrelevant vis-a-vis the institutions they have built. If you are a good leader, you should be able to step down and say, here you go, carry on. And that's what's missing right now. When I look at many countries that are led by, that evolve from conflict, I don't see that brand of leadership that comes in with an exit strategy, institutions as the center of their engagement, building institutions that are solid, inclusive, and so on. So I think that's the kind of discussion we should be having. The test should be, don't tell me that this leader is good because they grew their economy by 20%. Tell me this leader is good because these are the new institutions that they have built.
I want to apologize. I've seen Christopher's hands up. Has been up for a while. I'm trying to watch everybody, but I think his hands up for a while. So Christopher, you still there? Oh yeah, you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. Thanks, Leonce, for your presentations. Very interesting, and it's great to have your personal experience and background from development and economy perspective. I just was going to add to what Anne said earlier. This phrase of the warlord democrat we see throughout East Africa, right? Military leaders are able to transition into governance by bringing their constituencies with them. It was more of a comment that you can respond to if you'd like to. I think that there's a challenge here with this subjectivity of the trust and the relationship between the people, the state, and the trust between them. That if warlord democrats or other leaders are able to bring that constituency with them and develop enough trust from that group, but not from a more broader, coalition of groups and people in society, they have enough power to do what they want and will build institutions that, sort of live within that subjectivity of their constituents and their own interests and not expand any broader. And I know, Rwanda's a challenging topic, but, we can see that in, present day Rwanda. And it's a challenging run, right? Because you have peace and security that have been, largely established for the majority. But then, when you talk to Rwandans that live abroad or, perhaps folks who live in rural settings, right? Those institutions and that trust doesn't exist for them, but it's just for the, that core constituency. So again, it's a bit of a problem, but it's a problem that's a good one to have because you've got to figure it out. Right? Mm-hmm. So I'll leave that with you, and perhaps there's some better questions there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that you're touching on again a central question about how do you build trust and expand it to not just your comfort zone. It's easy to remain in your family setting and your neighborhood and say you have built trust because those people trust you anyway. So it's not, you didn't have to do much. But the problem is that trust is going to be fragile because it cannot sustain the test of time and stress on the system. Because even though you may have a strong group of constituents that support you, that are invested in you, time is a challenge, and the law of large numbers is a challenge too. You cannot suppress the majority forever. History has demonstrated that over and over again. And in fact, the better strategy is to first of all look long term and think that you may be, if you have a small cake, and you can say, let me eat the whole thing for myself, versus let me divide it a little bit to everybody so that over time it grows. And even though I'm going to have a small share of the cake, it's a bigger cake that's growing, and I'm going to have more. So when you think about, as I said, many times when you look at the post-conflict regimes, they the leaders are into building wealth really, really fast for themselves. But then they are eroding the base for development for the country as a whole. And in the end, I don't think they are better off in terms of long-term perspective, because, as I keep saying, it's very easy to build a building on sand in 2 weeks. It's going to collapse in one day. So you have to ask yourself, how solid is the foundation of the system you have? Can it withstand the test of time? Can it withstand the test of stress from contrarian forces which are not benefiting from that system? And unfortunately, the reason why the question is so hard is, in addition to the fact that groups that are in control of the regime and are only building trust within themselves, they become strong enough to temporarily suppress the challenge from the rest. But also the rest of the world, since my sister Aisetu was mentioned this very important international dimension, the international dimension doesn't help, in the sense that world leaders are happy supporting anyone who seems to be in control because they'll be able to do their thing, okay? And that it's very hard to see world leaders challenging apparently successful leaders who are developing their countries in terms of material development, even though they know they are building on shaky grounds, because they would be seen as not buying into success. But that success is very fragile from a long-term perspective. Thanks again.
So if you want to engage us, we have a question from Dr. Immaculée, and then Dr. Janine's hands it up, but she has a question, but I think she should lead us out. She's our fearless leader, and she should lead us out of the conference, so why not end with her? So Dr. Immaculée, and then our fearless leader, Dr. Janine.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I will be quick. So you gave us homework, and I will do it. But I also have, a homework.
She's a teacher, so she understands homework. Yeah.
Yes, and a good student too.
Yeah.
So my homework, there is a famous quote by Chinua Achebe, that they put a knife to the things that brought us together, and we've fallen apart. Now, my question is, yes, you are presenting this from the modern perspective, but we also know that we keep claiming that before colonization, we were together, even if the presentation from Uganda showed us that not necessarily. But we had some institutions that were good. So what do you think about reconciling what was good in the way we were, societies were organized, because we had really powerful kingdoms then, and the way society is organized, the way the whites taught us. How can we perhaps reconcile them to come up with our own model?
Yeah. I think that's a fundamental question. I think, did you say you're writing a book? That's your next book. Because again, I think the fundamental point you make is, we should not think that these societies came out of, were created ex nihilo by the colonial system, that they just emerged out of nowhere and then the colonial system gave them a shape. No, they did exist, and they had solid institutions that were in charge of the government, of the security and everything. They had their own problems. But I think the best strategy would be to look at, how do we leverage traditional inherited assets in terms of structure, relationships, and trust. So for example, why is it that with all its weaknesses, that the kingdoms were such that there was this ability of the king to get people to do what they have to do. But also this idea, whether it was true or not, that the king was the protector of everybody, okay? So how did it happen? How was it lost? How was it abused or used? I think those will be useful questions to ask to see how to build on the traditional roots of the institutions and learn from the modern styles of governance and see how we get a better blend of institutions. Because again, the danger is when you say institutional building, people say, okay, let's go see how they do it in Japan. Let's go see how they do it in France. No, it won't happen. It's not going to be integrated in the society in a successful fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And we'll end with our fearless leader.
Oh, yes. Who are you talking about? I don't know who that is.
That would be you.
Thank you so much. This is incredible. I just feel, some people would say, I feel like I just ate my favorite chocolate. I feel like I just ate my favorite dish, which is a special bugari with cassava, with the cassava, made out of cassava. Anyway, it's not flour, it's the way they make the cassava. In Kirundi, uswage. Okay. Oh. With anchovies and garden eggs. That's my favorite dish, and I just feel like I'm satisfied. That's all I could say. I'm really satisfied. Thank you so much. What a great way to end this conference. I'm glad you accepted the invitation, and you absolutely did a wonderful job. So thank you again so much. And then I'd like to take the opportunity first to thank all the participants who joined our conference this year. I hope you got to learn as much as I did. Really, we had a wonderful lineup of presentations. Some of them are still with us here. Thank you so much, presenters. You did a fantastic job. And then I'd like to also thank our conference organizers, Dr. Chieze, Dr. Isetu, Ibrahima, who is also our interim, our acting director for the center while I'm on sabbatical. I'd like also to thank Dr. Sharon Beteya, who all three of them really contribute to making this conference be a successful event. And I'd like to thank Salma. Is she here, Salma? Salma is a phenomenal, yes, thank you so much, Salma, a phenomenal organizer. I mean, she kept us all together, all the pieces were all over, but she brought them all together smoothly with dignity. It was beautiful to watch you in action, Salma. And then there's Perla, I don't know if Perla is here. Thank you so much for the support of our center and of the event. And there's also, now we still are with some of the members of the team, the research team. I'd like to thank you all for the wonderful job you're doing to grow the center. Dr. Christopher here, if you can show us, yeah, there you are. And who else do we have? I think everybody is, Nadej. There's Nadej from Purdue University. Christopher is from Northeastern, and Nadej is from Purdue University. So thank you. I think that's all who's still here on the platform. So thank you so much, everyone. I'm sorry. You
had the question.
Oh, it's time. I mean, we need to let people go. I know how to find him. So, and he's right. My question could take 2 hours. But really, thank you, everybody for participating in this year's conference. We see you next year around this same time. And I can tell you this evening we'll be deciding on the theme for next year. So we hope we keep you posted. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye, everybody. Have a nice weekend.
Amazing. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.